Blessed love and peace. Apparently, seemingly, apparently, I can't get enough of you not getting enough, of me not giving enough. Because here we go again. Uh, Again, that's the Big Chuck Little John reference. Here we go again. Then there's the one that goes like, let's get on key. Songs in the Key of Life. Is it? I don't actually think it's from that album, but it goes like this. It's in At the Close of a Century. How about that? All I do is kind of talk to you. Adapted lyrics. And then we got the other one, which is all I do is talk to you. Day and night, that's all I do. Kind of talk to you. Yo, singing is like dancing. We gotta practice to stay decent. Otherwise, it's stumbly umbly. Stumbly umbly. Alright, so anyways, we got a joint to share. With the alfalfa, don't sweat the alfalfa. Don't sweat it. Don't sweat it. Whether it actually fulfills the purpose of what we doing here, that's the thing. Be careful of all that isolation. You. Because that's how people do the arguing. Predatoriness, isolation, separation from the pack. Oh, what do you think about that? Oh, you're so important. You, individually, in English, individual, singular, second person. And then from that, it's, what do you think? Oh, what do you like? Oh, you don't like that. You don't want that. You don't think that. What can you do? By that, I'm talking about describing things in the like vernacular, meaning like it doesn't. It's a not a reductionist. It is a dismissiveness. That whatever one is advocating, whatever one is expressing, is simply what that person wants, or what that person feels, or what that person thinks, that person's perspective. It abstains from having an objective legitimacy, even a universal legitimacy, and then particularly amidst the unspoken, unsaid, presumed or feigned presumption of the objectiveness or universality of the speaker. That's what you feel. That's what you say. That's what you think. And then again, when it's just an individual, oh, look at how selfish that is. That's that trope. So, and one avails oneself to that trope, and to that trope too, when proactively pursuing those experiences of individualism, freedom, and rationalizing things on that basis. I want to do this. I can afford to do this. I deserve to do this. I worked hard to do this. The types of pollution. People smoke different things, and trying to figure out how is that affecting me at this moment. So challenging. Look at the sunlight. That's how early it is. It's actually come a couple hours past the soleil rise, or the smile beginning, the beginning of the smile. But still, like the fumes, the pollution, the disease, the involuntariness. I'm sitting here where I live, where I eat, where I work, and the fumes are imposing itself on myself. Well, that's what you feel. That's what you think. I'm sad to know that you think that way. You're entitled to think that way. No, shut the fuck up. It's disease. It's not what I think. It's beyond what I think. So, anyways, that's just a side note. That's not even a side note. That's the beginning joint. That's the sneak preview. What they call that before the film starts? It's the previews, but then there's another thing, trailers. Anyway, um, today we're talking about proselytizing. Proselytes, the life of a proselyte. So you want to be religious. All that blah. Conquer any blah blah blah. Don't even trip. Anyway, all right. That's actually big up to the Bay. Mindfulness of all the content that the author of those lyrics shared. Parental advisory. And at the same time, it's not meant to. The intention is not to be actually disrespectful or derogatory to religions. That's not the point of this. It's just to communicate an experience, some of the challenges, the legit challenges, and otherwise. So that's what we're doing at this moment when we got other things to do. Like this. Woody. And this. Notes are a little bit out of order. You're out of order. This whole court's out of order. I think that's New Jack City. The alfalfa, though. Come on. Is that all I am? Just references of popular culture. Antiquated popular culture. Who isn't? Please tell. Anachronistic. Yeah, that's why it's helpful to actually have a notebook for pea-brains like myself. But in the meanwhile, we give all thanks and praise to the Most High for what is provided and shared. This is from yesterday. It's still good. Expiration date has not occurred yet because it's still there. Distraction. That's the purpose of this right now, to minimize the distraction. So, if it's not one way, it's another. If it's not one way, it's another. Proselytes, who wants you? Who wants you part of their crew? You might have just learned, but it ain't nothing new. For some reason, we all in the Bay today. You out of pocket trying to talk with my crew. So it's just gonna be what it's gonna be. That's basically what it's gonna be. So this is the top of the head right here. So that's covered. We can talk about the crown or the other turn, but may not be the most convincing or otherwise, but it is what it is for this moment. So I could cut up another t-shirt, but every other t-shirt that I have at the moment probably is not going to be much different in a very short period than what this one is at this moment. What's actually humorous is that initially, I shouldn't say this, but a while ago, in part of the repertoire, when the materiality is further regular or otherwise, we're in a point of flux at this point. A lot of things are being adjusted. So, thus, we have these situations. But a while ago, a few years ago, in this repertoire, I do this for years. There's a story behind it as well. Covering the head, continual reminder of God above, humbleness. Um, and so again, it's in the ilk of the kippah, as well as the practices within seeking an additional faiths, a requirement for going to the Gurdwara and otherwise when the kippah is not sufficient. I know from experience. This is the methodology when going to the Gurdwara for visitors. Anyways, that's not how this initially is practiced, though. What had happened was, this is the story before going talking about process, but what had happened was I wear a kippah for a while. And then one day, I am accosted by the gendarme, the police, just a block away, not even a block away, on this block. Long story, wasn't even about me, but it became about me. Um, and in that process of being accosted and assaulted, and not beat down, but assaulted, put hands on, scooped me up, threw me in jail. In that process, took off the kippah, Udi. And from that point, all I had was a t-shirt on my back, so we put that on my head. That was it. So that's how this joint got started from that point. It existed before that, but particularly as a regularity, this has further persevering gambaro. This has further gambaro in our experience. Now, the funny thing I was about to say is that, so in this repertoire, at first it was like a complete t-shirt. Actually, it was initially a t-shirt because that's what I have, but then like t-shirts, come on, I gotta wear t-shirts. So then it was like a towel, because actually on the subsequent occasion when being locked up in a different facility, it was just using a towel because that was what is available, like a hand towel. So that is further cumbersome. Towels are thick, they can be heavy. It's even further awkward, perhaps. This is thinner and less conspicuous. And plus, I had a wild the dreadlocks were in Krusty Clown zone or mode at that moment. Still like it wasn't even dreaded at that point. It wasn't even locked up. It was just the wild afro situation. Things that like maybe Bob Marley can rock it on stage as a musician, but for the most part, it's the awkward stage where it's like, okay, you gotta like pledge through it. That's the stage I was in, and so in the process, wrapped it up like that. Actually, that is very confidently what significantly contributes to it locking up. Interestingly enough, because it's when I start covering my head like that over 10 years ago that it starts locking up. My hair was growing for a few years before that, but just stayed at that stage for a while, even when on subsequent occasions or attempts. Going back to the side note, so initially the first occasion it was a t-shirt, then it became a towel regularly, then it became back to a t-shirt, and then to a cloth. My mommy provides a cloth for me to wear, so then it becomes further presentable and like comfortable for people to look at, and additionally, so that's nice. But eventually, guess what happens? Cloths wear, and then there's the necessity of replacement. And rather than bothering my more again, which particularly at that time she might be much further than happy to provide another one, I just a t-shirt that I'm not wearing at that point, cut it in half, because that doubles up the amount of utilization. And so one half is worn. This pollution, it's like I don't even have a choice, and it's deadly. It's nasty. It feels like the pot liquor. They call it like malt liquor, which is like the least expensive garbage alcohol, like the waste after the actual alcohol is produced, but has a high content of alcohol in it. And so then it's like processed into some kind of drinkable format, and marketed at a very inexpensive cost. But it's like so deadening. That's malt liquor, and what is being detected, smelled, inhaled at this moment, just by me sitting here, is kinfolk smoking like malt liquor, tobacco, or whatever it is. It's not just a matter. Tobacco is medicine. Marijuana is medicine. Coca leaves are medicine. But when it goes through a process of chemicals and everything else, formaldehyde or whatever people put in that joint, like that's poisons. And when other kinfolk are smoking that and exhaling it, carcinogens and everything else like that, I'm sitting here. My window's open because I need fresh air. But here comes the smoke. And it stinks. It's nasty. All right. Am I complaining? I'm informing. I mean, it is what it is. Whatever. But just for people to know. There it is. And I say that particularly because there's a lot of society that's like that, about the pollution that we impose upon each other. We think, or we claim, it's not doing anybody harm, but it's poisoning others. It's poisoning ourselves. And it's one thing for us to make that decision for ourselves, but when we poison others for things that we do not need, cars, manicured lawns, pesticides, herbicides, fertilizers, exhaust, and additionally, the water's not drinkable, the trees are dying, insects are tripping, people are at each other. Recognize the pollution kinfolk are causing in an immediate way and in a direct way. Thank you very much. Our time was increased 6% last week. 10 hours and 43 minutes a day. A lot of that was attributable to a project that I work on. It wasn't just me recording these joints. So thankfully, that is, we're past that project at this point. Didn't complete it, but at this point, we're holding off on it at this point, because we're not even getting to that. So thanks for that reminder, automatic prompt. So anyways, the funny story is that it's not even, it's a long story now. A side note too is that this joint, the cut t-shirts, like Mike Tyson going to the ring. What I would do a number of years ago in this cycle, when having access to a number of t-shirts and access to acquiring additional t-shirts when old t-shirts are worn, the process is, once t-shirts get like this, then not wearing it, because again, we're less concerned about aesthetics and looking pretty, but it is a further distraction for strangers, but even particularly for loved ones. Like, yo, Peter, what's going on? Are you okay? Kind of situation, because I would think the same thing when seeing somebody else like this. And so it's not just a matter of how it affects myself or how I feel about it, or whatever else feels, but it's how it affects others, the stress or whatever it causes within others in seeing, because kinfolk have an interest in my well-being, or just in well-being of people in general when seeing me for the first time. So what I would do, what had happened is, I would take off this joint and then put on another one, a new one, and then ain't nobody dope as me. Almost singing on key. And there it is. And then what I would do with the old one is stash that away, because it's not the do-rag, but it's the house rag at that point. Can clean with that. So that cloth is perfectly fine. Wipe, clean appliances and everything else like that. So like a clean cloth or whatever. It's not a dishcloth, it's not a washcloth, but anyways, um, so that's what we do. Continue utilization. It has functionality. Now the funny thing is this. I get into the closet like a week ago, and I find that one of those joints from a couple years ago that's discarded after utilization, and it is in nicer condition than the joint I'm wearing at this moment. Haha, that's what's funny. Oh, it's going to be self-deprecation because that's part of the cost. Anyways, so on this topic of the proselyte, and yo, things to do today, yeah. So we ain't got 20 hours today. All right. So what I'm gonna do, God willing, by the grace of the Most High, is share just some insight, some personal experience, and just some general information about the experience of being a proselyte, a convert, a revert, or however people want to describe that in terms of joining a religious community. For those who have a thought about that, an interest in that, or whatever else. And what my intention, the intention for me in sharing this at this moment, is to describe this in a general way. So it's not religious specific. It's talking about the general attributes and characteristics and experiences, the general mechanics of joining a religion, so that rather than it being perceived as like a veiled like diss or devaluation or admonishment of any one particular religiosity, it's just talking about the experience of the proselyte in general, the general components within each of the religions that I personally experience and that I'm involved with for a number of years. And somebody jumping from religion to religion in and of itself, that speaks of itself. Somebody who doesn't commit and da 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 da. That seems kind of selfish, self-involved, and whatever else. And so, any type of criticism based on that is received accordingly. So, again, the purpose of this is not to disprove or denounce any religiosity or any religious claims in a religiosity. Is speaking to the experience and giving people information, particularly those who are thinking about it and otherwise. So, again, no notes here. Speaking off the cuff, there's a few thoughts, like basic points to share, and seeing how it flows amidst this by the grace of the Most High. So, one thing I say at the beginning is a couple of like outlines or a couple of basic factors or basic like conditions in talking about like a person joining into a religious community, particularly from like being raised very differently than the actual religious community. And also this is limiting it to the experience of an individual. So this is different than like somebody joining a religious community because of a marriage, a spousal arrangement or something like that. This is when somebody's like basically dolo, a single person, and just on path or whatever it may be, making a decision for oneself accordingly. So that's one parameter. And then two factors or two like general conditions and kind of like basic scenarios or whatever along these lines is this. The first one is this. There are two kind of like categories in terms of age, younger and older, I guess is simple. Like when a person is an adult and like somewhat situated in life or kind of sort of, and then decides to join a religious community, they can be in their late 20s, early 30s, 40s, 50s even. That's one category. The other category is young people who are like in just like in the discovery mode of life. Teenagers, young 20s, still kind of like still in that green stage of being shaped, being grown. So those are two kind of significant categories of people that have different implications in that process. The way religious communities look at such a person and receive and support such a person. So that's one initial consideration of framing this reasoning. And then the second one is the life experience of the person that immediately precipitates joining a religious community. And there may be a number of different scenarios, but two basic types of scenarios is that either one, like a person hits rock bottom and is like looking for anything to like get back in the game of life itself, and is willing to like at least in the immediate run to commit to anything that has some substance of honesty and genuineness. That's one thing. That's one scenario. Another scenario is when somebody is like on a continual path of striving, and through ups and downs, the rocks and smooth places, and eventually arriving, like doing studies, learning, being knowledgeable, and thorough, and everything. I mean, that's somewhat of an extreme part rendering of this type, but point is like somebody's been on a path for a while. It's not just something about hitting rock bottom. It might be getting to that point, but it's like there's a further intentionality with it, so that there's a self-awareness, and a chronic self-awareness that precipitates actually approaching a religious community. So two different scenarios, but some of the biggest reasons. And from what studies am I speaking of? Life. How about that? Life is, anyways. So with that being said, what do we got to say? Okay. I'm not trying to rhyme. All right, so again, the things I have to say, it might sound somewhat harsh. I'm being candid, being as factual as I can be, without kind of like sugarcoating stuff too tough. At the same time, being honest, on either side. So I'll put it like this: the short of it is this: when a person joins a religious community, a person basically becomes a slave to the religious community. That's a harsh statement. It's a sobering statement. It is an actual statement. And by that we mean it's not obviously shackles and put into the field necessarily. We know that how that joint is through the years. That's a different situation we're talking about there. That's not even proselytizing. That's enslavement, and then enforcement, the imposition of religiosity. We're talking about a person essentially voluntarily, volitionally joining a religious community, and in doing so, relinquishing themselves into essentially the custody, the protection, the care of that religious community. That's the nature of it. But in doing that, the person essentially becomes a slave to that religious community. Everyone is a servant within that religious community, serving the purpose of that religious community. However, for those who are born into it, those who are situated into it, there's further attunement towards the individual will and the collective will of the religious community, where with the person who is a proselyte getting acclimated, is a further dependence upon the guidance and the direction, the suggestion, the commands, the requirements of that religious community that are distinct from the individual will. But that's not even the point here. The point is this. It's just a matter of recognizing that a person in that situation is basically very dependent on the religious community. And there's a lot of leverage. And in that leverage, the person is subservient in that dependence. Part of the prerequisite of the religious community for joining it is forsaking all others. So it can't be a part of any other religious community. That includes essentially forsaking relationship with all others. Udi. Now, again, different religious communities have a certain different degrees of severity about that forsakingness, but family members, friends, and additionally, it's not a matter of cursing them out and saying never going to talk to you again in life, but it's a matter of like, okay, no, this is how we do things here. Either you're with us or you're outside, and that's there's a certain legitimacy within that. But at the same time, when that's a prerequisite, essentially, again, not only is that person either at the rock bottom or going through the rocky roads of creation, but then in order to get to be part of the religious community, it's a matter of letting go of whatever support basically the person has before that, family, friends, and otherwise, who are not part of that religious community, even simply just a member of that congregation. It gets that specific in many ways. So that's very challenging. But at the same time, when somebody is in, I was just led to that so thoroughly, it's very difficult to resist. When somebody is led to dire straits, and I'm not trying to be jokes, that was the first thing that came to mind. Anyways, when somebody is led to dire straits, it's not that big of a decision. It's like, what else is there? Whoever was supporting me, obviously, like there's further need because this is where things are. And again, it's not an absolute disassociation in many ways. And in certain ways, it is, depending on how traditional or austere the lifestyle is, and the theology is within the religious community. And as I'm saying, I'm thinking, what am I talking about in terms of mélanger as well? Be careful about that. Indeed, interesting that. However, yet there are allowances within mélanger. Allowances. Look at that. And God willing, we'll get to that. Wow, we're already half an hour into this joint. Let's try an hour. Is that optimistic? This is the only topic we had to talk about. All right, let's see. Who am I talking with? Exactly. Continuing on. Rubbing the nose again. Again, still. Early AM. So it's the solicitation for disassociation, letting go of previous relationships, or at the very least, being way distanced. And even if that's not a requirement, that's very much an effect, because very often the people who are those relations, family and friends, either have little interest in that religious community or actually have a very strong aversion towards that religious community because it's different from what they practice, the kinfolk practice. It's perceived as judgmental and antagonistic to the kinfolk. And so why you want to enjoy that? You going to be like that? Kind of situation. So one way or the other, de jure or de facto, separation. And in that experience, again, the person becomes further dependent upon the religious community for support. Being obedient, being responsive, compliant. And that sounds very like pejorative and very subjugating. And that description of it, the way I describe it, might be a little bit extreme because it's not just like it's not a cult type of thing per se, or it's not that severe of a cult experience. Everything's a cult one way or the other. But it's not just like it's not like having a parole officer or whatever looking over somebody, but it does involve abiding by the protocols of being in that religious community. So, and I'll speak from personal experience in this respect. when somebody is makes that decision and is continuing that way, um, what I experience is that um, that becomes basically the focal point of social life, and not just social life, but like relation experience. And if the congregation meets on a weekly basis or whatever, studies once a week or whatever, there's a lot of more. So first, okay, put it like this: the religious community discerns, okay, what can this, in joining the community, what can this person bring to the table? What does this person bring to the table? And this is where I was talking about before. If it's an adult already, okay, what's their job? And can they still do this job and be a member of this religious community? And if they can, okay, then what can they bring from that job to the religious community? Either it's tithes, membership dues, or it's connections, or it's fruits of the labor, or something. And it's not just tithes, it's not just membership dues, but it's other elements as well. Otherwise, how can we employ this person in an increasingly favorable way for our religious community? And that sounds very like doctrinarian, authoritarian, or whatever else, but these are the pragmatics of being in community itself, religious or otherwise. So that's part of what the religious community is doing. So, okay, now if it's a young person who doesn't have a profession, a vocation established, then it's like, okay, so what can this person learn? What can this person train with? And oftentimes, the things that are most available and presented to a person to do are like the things that involve the least amount of skill and the least amount of trust. Because, yo, we don't know this fool. That's a little bit pejorative. But, yo, this kinfolk need to, like, earn the trust, and that's legit. And so, again, even when somebody is a professional, whatever, and if it's been like, again, like a drastic life situation, hitting rock bottom, whether it's through drug abuse, or gambling, financial loss, or things like that, um, even if a person does have a skill set, a professional or otherwise, but at the same time, um, that professional skill set is not valued, or that person is not trusted to do that professional skill set on as a member of the community. For example, like a lawyer. Am I speaking from personal? Why not? A lawyer. Say a person's a lawyer. Um, Very often, the religious community already has lawyers on the payroll, so don't need that for this religious community. Don't need you to do that for this religious community. What we do need is like somebody to make photocopies or something like that. So it might be, again, something that's further perceived as further menial, that involves less skill and less trust, because it's a very pragmatic situation within the religious community. And so the person has to like be on the humble and be like, is this worth it? Like, I did all this, and now like this is what I'm being solicited to do. Is it worth it? And that's a decision that each kinfolk has to make on one's own. Um, but that's part of the nature of the subservience. It's life. Um, Now, the other thing also is that, generally speaking, people who have or who perceive themselves in a comparatively stable experience of life, um, have less of that tendency of joining a religious community. So those kind of, not ultimatums, but those kind of decisions, um, are not even like a consideration, because yo, what am I gonna do all that for? I'm decent as it is. I ain't do all that. So it's when people do have that kind of experience of urgency or emergency, where if whatever, do what I got to do. So there is that. Continuing on. Continuing from where I talk about speaking from personal experience. Um, social life. Already a person is coming from an experience of perhaps social deprivation, again, either hitting rock bottom, being on a spiritual path that is comparatively isolating and otherwise. And so in joining a religious community, now there's interaction with people who are supportive, who are providing discussion, conversation, discussion about meaningful topics, being further honest and candid about spiritual path and the things that the person has been wrestling with. So there's an immediacy, there's a meaningfulness, a substance with the sociality. It's not just going to the bar and having drinking buddies. It's not just watching sports events and partying and not thinking about like life and finding some of those answers. It's people who are searching for those answers and have some answers, have found answers, who study and say, here, you can learn for yourself and we can talk about it. So it is positive, but at the same time, generally speaking, it's part-time. It's here and there. Like I said, in the Western experience, it's like once a week. In other communities or whatever around the world, it can be an everyday thing. It can be a retreat thing and otherwise. However, point is that generally speaking, a proselyte is basically guided to basically just focus on work, making a livelihood, not causing trouble, not worrying about things. If somebody's causing static, we'll handle it. And that's helpful. There's supportiveness with that. But at the same time, basically two things. Work and take care of yourself. That's one thing. That's it. And then be part of the religious community. Attend the services. Attend the studies. If there's social programs, and additionally, attend those. And invest oneself in that respect. So what happens is that, again, somebody does the work thing, and it's the emptiness or whatever else in that experience, the hollowness, goes home, emptiness, hollowness in that experience, might do some studies, might do some things that were recommended for the week or whatever from the religious community, and then, okay, here comes this day of the week, and it's the opportunity to interact with people, and here's the experience of light, and here's the experience of fulfillment and meaningfulness, and relationship and affirmation that lasts until the next occasion. So, and it can be reduced to the terms of narcotics or whatever, but let's get beyond that. So a person experiences that affirmation for that day, and that continues on and be further motivated and balanced and calm in the next few days of work and the hollowness and everything. And then maybe in a few days later, it's the regular service where everybody from the congregation is there. So now it's like further experience of positive energy and support, and additionally. But that becomes the essential binary, where the meaningful experience of life is had in those brief moments, comparatively brief moments. And this is speaking from, again, a single person's perspective. This is not when a person is a member of a family already, because again, that tends not to be the predominant scenario to my knowledge. It tends to be individuals that are alone, comparatively speaking. So that's the binary. Emptiness through much of the week, not the positive Buddha enlightenment emptiness, but just like a hollowness, a longing for much of the week, and then concentrated experiences of social interaction, relationship, positive energy, affirmation, knowledge, discussion, sharing, laughter, songs, lifting of spirit, and then returning back to one's isolated experience. And holding on to those positive joints and doing as much as one can on one's own until the next occasion of being in community with each other. And with that, there's motivation for participating in whatever programs and events the kinfolk have, because otherwise somebody's by themselves. Now, people can get immersed in the social joints, and that has its own types of pollution and deprivation and otherwise. Um, However, when one is healthy, like, and one stays away from social media, one becomes further mindful of how boring life actually is. Um, and it's difficult to avoid that. When we are still, the things that we ignored in terms of little scratches and itches and everything else like that, we didn't pay attention to in the daylight because we're busy doing other things. When we're still, ain't got nothing else to do, yo, when did that start itching, and when did that be a bother and everything else? Like, when that pain start happening? Huh? Talk about pain and me putting on lean. So, um, similar with spiritual path. Um, when one doesn't distract and intoxicate with oneself with the unhealthy experiences of social media and otherwise, film, and otherwise, and is immersed in that stillness, uh, the value of social relationship in a religious community becomes increasingly visible. Now, that may be it, depending upon the nature of the spiritual community, the religious community. Um, the religious community might not have a need or a demand for that person getting married or having children. Oh, we already got that covered. So they're just a contributor to the community. Okay, there it is. Um, that's that's probably not the majority of cases, but that's one scenario. Another scenario is the person. Okay, they've been around, they've been consistent, they've been studying. Um, they've got some stability in terms of economics, and they're showing themselves sufficiently trustworthy. Maybe it's now a matter of being introduced to marital prospects, um, and discerning um, uh, compatibility, and like bringing new life into the congregation. Um, that's after showing oneself, proving oneself disciplined, honest, earnest, um, and otherwise. That is a favorable scenario. And it is particularly favorable from this vantage compared to being single and comparatively isolated. Um, the prospect of marriage, partnership, sharing company continually, support, emotional support, social support, um, and then having family, children, the energy, the joy, as well as the pains and responsibility. That is favorable. Don't you know social living is the best? Burning spear. That being said, it also is further enslaving. And that's the favorable scenario. It's further enslaving, obviously, because further responsibilities, further obligations, and further dependence on the religious community. And the religious community wants that. The religious community favors that, values that, solicits that. But in doing that, the person becomes further a servant of the religious community in order to provide for the children, provide for the family, and then also educate and prepare the children to become practitioners within the religious community. All right, so the context of this again was talking about enslavement. And again, like I said, enslavement is it's a derogatory thing, and it has a lot of the negative connotation, but it's a necessity within life. Servitude, submission, if not to others, to a greater purpose than oneself, in order to be supported in this life. And we're just talking about the context of religious community as a proselyte and the comparative leverage um, over a proselyte in joining a religious community. So, as I mentioned, very often a person is coming from an experience of either destitution or urgency, and so there's leverage. And when joining a religious community, there's the general requirement of the person letting go of other religious communities and also relations with people from other religious communities or no religious community, anything other than the religious community. And so in that further isolation, there's further dependence within the religious community itself. And there is genuine support, protection, advocacy, and otherwise. But at the same time, there are also requirements and additionally. And so there is that resultant binary of work-home life that is comparatively isolated and hollow, and then experienced directly with the religious community that is affirmational and energetic and encouraging and provides motivation for further involvement and further study. When one studies and is disciplined proficiently and long enough within the religious community to cultivate trust and a knowledge within the religious community, then there is the prospect of marriage. And in that prospect and affirmation of marriage, there is further obligation and dependence upon the religious community. There's also ascension within the hierarchy too, because now this person is further valued, has some knowledge, is entrusted in even teaching and being some type of leader. So, and from that point, when a person is married, when a person has children within a religious community, essentially that person is arrived. That person is part of the religious community. Obviously, there are further hierarchies, leadership and influence and everything else. That's the basic gist of it. So that doesn't sound like a lot of enslavement to me. Yes and no. We're going to go further into the dive, deep dive, deep dive, deep deep. Blub, blub. Now, that's like a general scenario for a general categories of people. That being said, we know how that scenario plays out is increasingly fraught with selfishness, with biases, prejudices, favoritisms, egos, and otherwise. And there's a lot of variation from religious community, from denomination to denomination, and otherwise, congregation to congregation, about those specifics of selfishness and everything else like that. And that's where the enslavement, like that accusation of enslavement gets further traction, because that process of becoming ingratiated within a community, of learning and participating within a community, of being trusted within a community, is a process of many interactions, conversations, assessments, discrimination, tests, disrespects, dismissiveness, admonishments, and otherwise. And the person has to discern how much is it worth going through that. That has little to do with the actual religious teachings and the religious practices. It has further to do with abiding by the whims and the wills of the individuals who wield the authority and the influence within those religious communities. And that, again, that can vary significantly. That does vary significantly from congregation to congregation and from religious community to religious community. And some of it might be able to be seen before a person delves into the pool. Some of it is only discovered once being in the pool. The thing about it, though, is that once somebody is in the pool, they in it. That letting go of previous relationships, and additionally, already been done. There might be some propensity of returning and reverting from reverting. However, like, it's a big step, and a lot of that is undoable. People be like, oh, now it didn't work out, huh? You didn't like that, huh? Yeah, but nah, that's okay. You can go someplace else. Or maybe, oh, you didn't like that. It wasn't working. Okay, yeah, you can come back, little homie. No, that stool. No, somebody else got that stool. No, you get the lower one over there by the corner. Yeah, that's okay, homie. You can come here all you want, right over there, in that lower stool in the corner. So that's part of the challenge, because again, the person avails oneself to being leveraged and to the direction and the leadership of individuals within the religious community, individuals that just naturally have biases and otherwise. And it varies, like I said. So, but again, it can be very severe, even within very pious religious communities, particularly if there are other types of differences between the individual and the religious community. Like kinfolk like myself. And all right. Trying to think if there's, I've basically outlined the joint. I've described it in a comparatively innocuous way that doesn't seem necessarily like enslavement, but I've also described innuendos and overtures of how it's enslavement, particularly based upon the personal biases of individuals who are placed within positions of authority. It's not just individuals like making selfish decisions, but it's also in many ways and to varying degrees, the collective biases of the congregation that collectively subscribe to a fortuitous interpretation of a teaching and impose that upon others. So again, it's not just individual bias, but it can also be a collective bias. And those biases and lacks of discretion and fortuitous interpretations, when imposed upon somebody who is increasingly vulnerable and comparatively leveraged, those are conditions of excessive servileness. And it's very difficult to avoid that. It's very difficult to eradicate it from basic processes of accepting proselytes. It's just part of the nature of religion and religious communities. So that's what we're speaking to. So it's not blaming anyone. It's not admonishing any religious community. It's just speaking to that. For those who are looking at religious conversion, reversion, and joining a new religious community, to be mindful of that. And that's why it's beneficial to do research as much as possible on one's own, to visit as much as possible before making a decision, to speak with leadership, to participate in events as much as possible. Now, when doing that, if and when one does that for a while, one might be asked like, oh yeah, so you've been coming here for like 5 years. I think you might want to actually join, because And again, that depends upon the methodology of the religious community, because some religious communities are very welcoming. They have a very nice propaganda kind of thing, or PR. I won't say propaganda, a nice PR kind of thing. Hey, everybody come through. No, any members and visitors, and everybody's welcome. It's open to the community. And then when doing those events, yeah, come do a service, no problem. No, you don't have to do all the things that we do, and da da da. It's okay. Come through. And oh yeah, you can study. It's open to everybody. And there's the open invitation, and that open invitation is very welcoming, and a lot of that experience that I described before is like very welcoming as well. However, the actuality of it is that there's the intentionality within the religious community of the eventuality of the conversion of the participant, and that's the basis and the premise of the invitation and the welcome. It's not said outright too tough, but that's the intention and that's the expectation. And even though it's communicated that the invitation is welcome for all, when somebody actually participates and doesn't commit, doesn't become a member, isn't paying tithes, isn't doing the other things, isn't proclaiming the same creed, or communicating the other allegiances and statements of faith in the services, and additionally, that becomes a liability, because then the children say, oh, so-and-so, adult so-and-so, Mr. So-and-so, Miss so-and-so. They don't say everything. Why do we have to say that? Hada. So, and when that person is respected and supported and lovingly addressed like everybody else, oh, okay. That calls into question the very pretenses, or the very like basic framework and foundations of the religious community itself, when it's predicated upon those proclamations and otherwise. So even those open invitations, again, particularly after a while, become like, yeah, so you gonna convert or not? All right. Few things else, and we're at an hour already, so all right, let's work on wrapping this up. Feels like just half an hour ago that I was saying something. All right. So again, that's some of the basic framework of what we're talking about in terms of the proselyte experience. The general sequence, the general scenario, the different types of variation or within that scenario, the reference to the susceptibility of vulnerability, not susceptibility, the vulnerability to the personal biases or the collective biases within a religious community that can be increasingly subjugating, particularly for a proselyte who is without the same support of relatives, loved ones, family members, friends that other members in the community have, and thus is increasingly dependent upon the religious community and the individuals and the leadership within the religious community. And therein is the significant component of the servitude of the individual. So the thing is, all of that is very often better than the alternative. The alternative being out in the wilds, dealing with the wolves and hyenas, lions, bears, and tigers. So when confronted with that, it may be preferable for kinfolk to be servile. Everyone is a servant in this life. Everyone is. Everyone works for somebody else in one way or the other. Even those who work for God Those who truly work for God work for everybody, are a servant of everybody. Facts. So everybody's a servant to everybody else somehow, some way. The consideration and the trouble is when being imposed upon, when servitude is imposed upon in a dishonest and a selfish way. That's what is problematic. And that is one of the susceptibilities in a religious community. And one is further vulnerable to that type of servitude when one disavails oneself from relations and otherwise accordingly to join as a precept, as a pretense, as a pre-requirement, prerequisite for joining the religious community. So that's something to be mindful of. Now, that's the generality. Without getting into too many details or scenarios of that susceptibility to servitude, to the whims and biases of individuals or a collective bias, because there are a lot of ways to describe. I can describe. There are a lot of ways to describe the tangibility of that servitude, of that servileness, whether it's, well, that's not the point of this at the moment. There's actually a different type of servitude that I'm talking about. Actually, it is related, actually, kind of. But the basic gist of it is, this is what is troubling. What is troubling is that within many traditions, slavery is allowed. Contrary to the higher teachings within a religiosity, there is a permissibility of enslavement. Even enslavement to one's own kind. It is. And because of that, and because of how predatory society is, particularly today, but society's always been predatory, but particularly given how predatory people are, when somebody is arriving to a religious community and availing oneself, soliciting to be a student, to be taken in, there is an intrinsic, instinctive predatoriness within the religious community, within the people of the religious community, to find some type of advantage that can be taken from the person. And it's not necessarily in a malicious intention. It's a primal intention that may have malicious consequences. So, and the challenge is that those primal instincts, though, that predatoriness, in many ways, is included within the framework of the legal framework of the religious community through certain procedures and through certain pretenses. This is how it's illegal to enslave this person. And the people within the religious community have a knowledge about how that works. So it's not their own opinion. It's not their own doing. This is the thing. And it has a purpose. There's a way of rationalizing and explaining it. So if it's questioned, here's where the sources say. And a person coming into the community most often does not have that knowledge. Doesn't know that slavery is actually legal, that is permitted, it's permissible for the leadership to say, no, I got you. Nah, you can't go. You're here. In a secular society of church and state and everything else, there might be pretenses, oh yeah, you can go all you want. Nice luck with that. Remember what you told us about so-and-so? You think you're going to be able to handle that? Or are you going to want our protection still? Well, if you're going to want our protection, this is what we need you to do. That's not us. Here's where it says it. And that becomes further challenging. And that's a very drastic scenario. It very often doesn't get to that point of like discussion, because first of all, very often the proselytes are too timid and meek to challenge things. If somebody has a difficulty with something, they may just drop out or whatever else. It's not a matter of challenging people that face, because generally speaking, again, there's genuinely or generally a lot of respect and a lot of deference, because there's a lot of recognition, like, I don't know all the things that you know, so who am I to challenge you? This don't seem right, this don't vibe, but I don't know, I can't say, and I know you're going to have an answer to it, because I know it's not your first time. So that's part of the challenge. Is how slavery is permitted within religious communities through nuanced ways that the religious leadership and the religious communities know that the new proselyte doesn't, and that the new proselyte becomes availed to and vulnerable to, susceptible to, particularly when letting go of preceding support, relations, relatives, family, friends. And again, it's not very often, it's not like an upfront immediate flex from the religious community, do this or else. Again, that lends itself to the accusations of cultish type stuff. It's usually, particularly when the religious community is established and comparatively stable, it ain't that pressed about compliance or whatever else. It doesn't need people too tough at that moment. Then it's like a slow motion kind of thing. And it can be compared to the drug game. First hit is free. And like lifetime kind of like customers or whatever else. And that's a very crass, derogatory way of describing religiosity. And obviously, religiosity is a sacred experience that provides tremendous benefit, incalculable benefit in healing and strength and encouragement and inspiration and knowledge to billions of people for thousands of years. So respect due. We're just talking about, again, some of the earthly susceptibilities within the religiosity, just by nature, across the board, across the different traditions, and something for proselytes to be mindful of in that process. So I think I might just leave it at that in terms of the some of the major challenges. And again, I'm not getting into a lot of details in terms of talking about the nature of the servitude, because that avails itself to further like perceptions of condemnation, as well as reactionary accusations or otherwise. So I'm gonna keep it general at this moment, and let that kind of sit for itself. I think to myself, how much do I talk about my personal experience? Because if I talk about my personal experience, I want to talk about specific religious communities, and then that provides further like specificity. So what I said, everything I've said, basically up to this point, is applicable to every religious community, one way or another. So those are general characteristics. That's another reason why I keep my words comparatively general, so that it's continually genuinely applicable to the different religious communities. I guess what I can do is, again, share some of my personal experience, because it helps to hear the specific anecdotal experience, to relate it to one's own personal experience and what one is like processing at the moment. And I might wrap it up, God willing, maybe, God willing. That's not something to play with, because I do have other things to do, to be honest. So busy, so important am I. Oh yeah, and this is way expensive still. Do we not say it again before? What is required? Land. Kutahusen and Kutahounds. Multicultural, no. Mixed heritage. Kutahusen and Kutahounds. Land. That is what is required. These consultations are extremely expensive, particularly when shared in English. Extremely. Expenses upon expenses. So, that being said, there's a charge also for not sharing pop culture references that are poisonous. So just put that as in there as well. The antithetical invoice. Oh, we got rice. Haven't eaten yet. It's still early in the day. And the sparrows are like, yo, all right. My personal experience. What I've just said already applies to every religious community. I have personal experience within each major religious community. I guess I'll go through the gamut, and like, is this an outline of my spiritual path or whatever else? But I'll share some primary anecdotal kind of circumstances or experiences in my formal proselyte processes, and then perhaps talk about some of the other experiences of participating within religious communities and actually belonging and completing processes within other religious communities that may be less formal. So, two formal processes. Actually, first of all, just as a disclaimer of like, what am I at this moment? Earth. Rastafari, Earth, and a legit member of multiple religious communities, having completed the formal rites of passage within multiple religious communities. And that's what I'm articulating here. So I'm not going to do a specific list, because if I do a specific list and I don't say one that is just as much as on the list as anything else, it's multiple. So I'm just going to give like these anecdotes, and through the anecdotes, God willing, what communities I belong with, formally, officially recognized, speaks for itself accordingly. And again, that's technically also because anybody can be accused of being kicked out or not belonging any further or anything. I don't denounce any religious community. So any religious community that I've ever belonged to, I continue to belong to. It might not be a two-way situation of recognition or whatever else. And even other members of the religious community from different congregations or denominations might have differences of opinion. But we'll just talk about facts. And God is the best judge. So that being said, here we go. I'm going to start with this, even though it's not necessarily where it begins. Because I can talk about being African. That's a religiosity. And that's legit. I'm part of that. Native, European, all my blood heritage. Israel, all legit. We got audience today. Now, additionally, audience is welcome, and audience is also welcome to like be further direct. Audience bounce, as I said that. Don't mean to sound antagonistic. It's just very difficult to read what kinfolk are doing. And to be honest, what we're getting is, even within these innuendos and like indirect joints, we don't get hostility. We don't, but we still call it out because we still, like, there's still a lot of uncertainty. But even within like the urination by the sukkah tent, and additionally, we do see like people actually like reaching out and like soliciting for support. And additionally, so we're increasingly seeing that when kinfolk are doing things that are easily seen as like passive aggressive provocations, we also see like a practice of communicating and supporting and trying to work at the same time, amidst all the pretenses and innuendos of who's calling the signals and who's doing the signals and everything else like that. So we do see that, we do recognize that, and we are speaking to that. However, at the same time, there are genuinely better ways of doing it, and we know kinfolk do the best that kinfolk can at this moment, because there are conditions that we don't speak of that people are dealing with, such that this is what people are able to do at this moment. At the same time, again, it's very difficult to interpret these communications in an effective way. And we don't mean to. We know how what we say in response influences the conditions of the people who are initiating these communications, and so we don't want to cause further disturbance or challenges within those conditions by flippant or sarcastic or other types of responses, or hostile or frustrated responses. At the same time, we are living beings too, and so we do the best that we can from this side. So just articulating that as a matter of fact. We know there's additional amount of cooperation. We know that there are continuing aggressions or frustrations or just confusions. We know that there is intensity. We know that there is variance, ebbs and flows. So we continue to work and strive. Toil and strive and trod. So that being said, continuing on with this joint of my proselyte experience. So I'll just get into it now at this point. I pretty much said the disclaimer, so here we go, starting into it. When I began my spiritual path, it is with what is most familiar with me, which is the spirituality, the religion of Christianity. In that process, I am still in law school officially, and I officially join a Baptist church in the Potomac area. I go through the process of baptism, and additionally, I am in an experience of experiencing hell at that moment, and it's when I'm preparing for graduation, experiencing the things I've described before in terms of being beaten down by the police, charged with federal felony. The 11th of September just happened. The society is in hysteria, particularly in the Potomac area. I'm being ready to be put into the world in these conditions without a full-time employment or to get back up and everything. So I'm working on at that moment, a nonprofit, quote unquote, organization that of me being the founder of, which is in itself a huge undertaking and task. But and a lot of the mentorship, a lot of the leadership, the support, the guides that I have, career-wise and otherwise, start like being incommunicado, and we start to become further aware of like the prejudices and the separateness within society accordingly. So it's a very challenging experience at that moment, existentially, spiritually. And anyways, long story being short, I begin to visit a church, and there's a story that precipitates that, but again, that's not all of what we're talking about here. At some point, because of how the church receives me and invites me and welcomes me, because of what I'm looking for at that moment, just spiritual experience, and being rather illiterate in that spiritual experience, just wanting to go to a place where God is recognized and it's not American law, some place of authority, and like some sanctuary away from the national hysteria. And what I can think of, I try to go to the parks, try to go to nature, but then this is a state park, excuse us, closing hours, park rangers. So it's like, can't even find sanctuary in nature because of that. So then it's like, okay, where else? In this city, in this beast of Babylon, where can one find sanctuary? A house of worship. I've had that experience before when I was in undergrad, going to a chapel where the door is always open, the light is always on. The pews are always available for prayer, silent meditation, and communing with God. So I'm looking for that experience. I go to a church. all the doors are locked. All the doors in the city are locked. But finally find somebody at the door who says, come back later, we're having a prayer service. I go there, I attend the prayer service. It is like, it's not a confessional, but it's like it's just like an old school slave spiritual, like conjuring of the spirits, conjuring of the ancestors, and just through humming. And in that vibration, I'm feeling like some like support and things, some of the stuff that I'm looking for. And like I try to like just like unload some of the weight that I'm carrying at that moment. Only a part of it, but it's enough to start like bawling, crying, and everything else like that. And the kinfolk support. So okay, fine, beautiful. I'll come back. Now I still have suspicions of Christianity and leadership, but I list everybody, and let's talk about this. So I go to church. I start attending services on a regular basis. Had to like maybe brush out my tie maybe. Anyways, point here is this. In that process, what I'm told is that I'm welcome to attend services as long as I like. Bible studies this days of the week. Come through Bible studies, study, learn, and be informed before making a decision about baptizing and actually joining the church. And so, beautiful. My guidance at that point is I believe there's truth within every tradition, as I do to this day. My challenge in subscribing to any particular religiosity is the obligation of converting others and telling others what to believe. I can't do that across the board, regardless of what the religiosity is. I can encourage kinfolk and share, but even then, I'm not going to play that pimp game of people who are impoverished and offering them a solution, when in actuality it's just another form of conquering and enslavement. So I'm too honest to play that game either. So whenever I start to hear about missionary work, and additionally, bounce, I'm gone. And I didn't hear anything about that up to that point. And I know little about organized church. I mean, I participate in services before, but in terms of like knowing the ins and outs of how much proselytizing and missionary work is involved in a congregation, and how much it is expected upon members, and whether there's the propensity of like some doing their own thing here, some doing their own thing there, whatever. Like, I'm not going out and telling anybody, and I'm not directly contributing to that. So anyways, for a number of weeks as I attended services, this is a long story here, and this is not meant as admonishment. I'm just speaking experience. A number of weeks after attending the services, maybe 4 or 5 weeks, there's a person from the congregation who was assigned to me to look out for me and to like check up, and I can call on, and additionally, and so I attend the services on a regular basis, and I'm ingratiated. Kinfolk begin to adopt me into the community, and I participate in other events, and so it is favorable. And again, there's a lot of volatility in my life at that moment. As I said before, beat down by the police, failed for my final semester. So I was during my bonus semester, where I'm all by myself. All my friends and everything else are gone. They've gone on with graduation in life. So now I'm in the spot, dolo style, essentially. And so the social network, the social support and everything is absent. Anyways, not a sob story, whatever, but just conditions. So attend the services for a few weeks, and I'm told again, attend, study, I'll learn about what's going on before making a decision. So I feel comfortable with that. Okay, fine, no big pressure or whatever else. Until one day, I think it was a Wednesday, one day I get a call, like at 5 p.m. Yo, Peter, we think you're ready. We want you to be baptized tonight. Huh? What? I thought I was supposed to like study and like learn about it. No, we think you're ready though. We think you're ready. No, we seriously think you should come through. I don't know. Why? Why not? What are you hesitating about? Well, I mean, and at that point it becomes the guilt thing. And I've already shared this story before. And again, this is not an admonishment, and this is not a condemnation of the kinfolk, because the kinfolk provide tremendous benefit and value. this is the Bible that kinfolk provide to me. I don't do this, but I remember this very clearly when this happens. This is something when I first participate within the church. I am given this Bible to study. I bring it with me to the services. I bring it with me to the study sessions. And I remember when it is first given to me, one of the leaders within the church does something. And just to be honest, whenever I look into the scriptures, regardless of what the scriptures are, I say a prayer beforehand. I haven't said it here because the intention for me here at the moment is not to actually look at the text. I am looking at something else to prove nothing, actually. That's funny. It's always when one is looking for something that one has difficulty finding it. But I'm showing that. I don't think that was part of it. And I don't think that was part of it. I do not write in any of the Holy Scriptures. I say a prayer. I do not write. And I am sober. Those are some of the conditions when other Holy Scriptures are conferred onto me. Anyway. There's not necessarily any quick way of finding it, but I do remember there are two locations. Interesting thing about photographic memory is that it can remember where on a page things are. But if it's lacking somewhat detail, it doesn't necessarily discern what page it is. So, guess what? Oh well. Point is here that, I guess that's another one. These are some of the markings that the brethren, and I guess that this one actually was for me because of that. But that's not actually what I was looking for. Point is, when I'm given this, the kinfolk, the elder who gives it to me, the leader within the church who gives it to me, here it is. This is one of them. Writes this and personalizes it and directs me to look at those passages. Now this is John, and when I do the studies, John has some formidable teaching, but I tend to go to Matthew. But anyways, the point is that that's given to me, so that when I get that call, I'm just like, well, I'm supposed to study. I'm supposed to like get comfortable and knowledgeable before making a decision. No, we think you're ready. I felt pressured, but still acquiesced because of the kindnesses that are shared with me. And so I get baptized that night. Even in doing that, hesitate. When the call comes up for people to come forward, I stay put. And they're like, yo, Peter, what's going on? You going through, right? Kinfolk come up, sit next to me. Yo, Peter, you're going to do it, right? I'm my own man. I have to take responsibility for what I do. Just communicating that it was other than there's a lot of pressure, and it was other than a immediate volitional type of thing. And that factors into it, because after I do that, I'm baptized additionally and continue attending services. A week or so later, a few weeks later, then during the services, I hear the announcement about missionary work, and I see how that factors into the standards within the congregation, and from that becomes the point of saying, Yeah, nah, can't. And from that, amidst additional conditions, additional circumstances, I bounce from the Potomac area. I complete my studies. The nonprofit doesn't get proper support. I got to go back home and figure things out. So that includes uh, going away from the church where I am baptized. That's the first formal process of being a proselyte, and going through that process. Now there are certain promises that I make in that procedure, and again, some of those promises are presented at that moment, and I broke those promises. One of those promises is not to say what those promises are. And I'm thinking, where does Jesus teach this? What's going on with this? Another promise was to avoid doing a certain type of activity. It wasn't actually sex, but it was avoiding doing a certain type of activity. And I do my best to avoid it because I don't even enjoy it myself. However, it's a very imposed upon thing within society, and so eventually, amidst the 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 situations of life and my own indiscretions and lack of discipline, I do that other activity, and I violate that promise. So, and I'm trying to think, where does that promise come from? But either way, I made the promise as part of that process of becoming the proselyte, and I violated that promise. So, anyways, that was the process in that experience, and some of the lessons learned. One of the challenges and the basic lesson is, again, being comfortable, being knowledgeable. Uh, I was younger during that period, still in my 20s, but still my own man, graduating law school. So I have to take responsibility. However, um, people are leveraged. People are in desperate circumstances. People, in many ways, are hitting rock bottom. And one of the principles of law, when doing contracts, is there being a proficient parity of participation, meaning that, for example, like somebody holding a gun to somebody's head and saying, "Sign this contract or else," make them an offer you can't refuse. That that contract is invalid because it is completed under duress. And we can talk about false pretenses. Again, another thing that invalidates a contract if somebody lies to somebody. And so when somebody engaged in that contract and the obligations of the contract is based upon the information that's shared, which actually turns out to be false. So therefore, the promise and the contract that somebody makes is invalid because the information provided from the other side was not factual, was deceitful. So there are a number of those types of scenarios and principles. And the same thing goes to interactions in social experiences as well as relationships and commitments between religious communities and membership. So, anyways, no excuses, articulating some of the conditions. There are additional elements and details, but that's the gist of it. And again, the lesson learned from this side is being mindful and making commitments, and doing our best to be stable and not to be desperate, not to like just say something and do something to appease others. And as much as we can, it's easier said than done, but as much as we can, to like stand our ground and what we know is honest and what we feel is comfortable, and not doing anything, at the very least not doing anything that we are uncomfortable with or that we think is against who we are, what we're supposed to be doing. At the very least, what we can do is nothing. Just stay still. I'm not comfortable with this, so I'm just not going to do anything at this moment. If you want, let's talk about it, but I'm not doing this at this moment. We're going to have to work something out, because at the very least, I am not doing this at this moment. Didn't have that strength graduating from law school and everything else like that at that moment. So, and that's not anything on this church. Church does what the church does. The church proselytizes as the church does. That's the church's methodology. So don't agree with that, but don't hate on that either. and just communicating our process. Now, that being said, a few years ago, probably like 10 years ago at this point, maybe less than that, somewhere around there, I have the occasion on a number of my visits to the Potomac area of going back to the church. Doors locked still, ed, just saying. But there is a call button, and there is staff inside. So I visit the church, and I bring the Bible with me, and I communicate. I am a member a number of years ago. I am baptized. I'm provided this Bible. I left the city a number of years ago afterwards. I still have the Bible. I'm here if you like it back. I can return it back. And what is communicated to me is that I am welcome to continue holding on to the Bible and to continue studying, because we do. We study and we share the Word. And there it is. So, Teshuvah, reconciliation, hallelujah. That's one occasion. The second occasion of my proselyte experience is different. And in actuality, it's interesting because I'm trying to not to be too specific, but at the same time, it's very difficult not to be, because certain details factor into the experience and the decision making. So, and particularly understanding like this isn't just a matter of like choosing a university, or it's not just a matter of like even choosing a house. There are surreal, existential, transcendent phenomena and guidance and vibrations that occur within the spiritual path that become particularly evident or further evident later on. But anyways, I joined a Jewish congregation formally, officially, over 10 years ago. Very affluent, in the very affluent part of this metropolitan area. Very large. It is a mid-size, it is a middle ground congregation, so it's not progressive, it's not orthodox, but in the middle, particularly intentionally for that reason of diplomacy, and particularly because in joining that synagogue, there is a certain increasing proximity with the theology that we practice here, but at the same time, as distinct, and that's distinct from the progressive reform side of the religiosity. The other side of it is that in being further proximate with the theology in terms of traditional family and otherwise, observing Shabbat and otherwise, there's also increased propensity of me maintaining my relationships with my family and friends compared to joining an Orthodox shul, where it's essentially full immersion. Less knowledgeable about modern Orthodox during that period. But again, for whatever reason, I'm trying to get the gist of it, because there's a lot to talk about in this joint, but I'm just gonna cover the basic joints. So in this process, I'm already in my spiritual path. This is 6 years later. 6 years later, early 30s, my age. I'm getting into this. All right. 6 years later, done already been locked up, tortured, nasty business, went to the United Nations, all these things prior to this point, and still staying in my mom's crib, our family house, but she actually moved in that process to a different house. So staying with her, living as a recluse, studying, going online to connect with kinfolk in the interfaith movement gradually, not messing with anybody in the United States, basically at all. And sometimes getting a phone call from friends from school days, here and there. Otherwise, I'm staying home, ain't using money, ain't touching money. More gets groceries, hallelujah, and peace and blessings to her for the generosity and carrying a lot of the weight of housing me for those days. But anyways, that's the situation. On my spiritual path for 6 years, I've learned some things at that point, some of the basics. I learned a lot about the theology. I have a background in law, so I have an understanding of not just how law works, but living law, what it's like to live law, live the law. And at that point, I am learning spiritual law, and that is extremely valuable. And it's actually something that's very difficult for lawyers to do, because in the process of learning law, facts, this is it. In the process of learning law, lawyers become very corrupt. Law students become very corrupt. And so the religious laws, the spiritual laws, the heavenly laws are something that's very difficult for many lawyers who don't have those predisposed discipline, because sexual fornication, intoxicants, usury, exploitation, violence, enslavement, the things that are generally prohibited within religions, lawyers are doing, and doing it nice and effectively and getting paid. So the prospect of joining a religion is very daunting and difficult because of that prior history and those behaviors, those habits. So for myself, I wasn't a monk in law school or otherwise, but I avoid. That's exactly what I don't do. Those dirty deeds. So it's increasingly accessible for me to read spiritual teachings and practice spiritual teachings, because I'm already broke. I'm not getting over on people already. I'm already on the road to being vegan and vegetarian at that point. And so the dietary laws, the laws of etiquette, I'm still working on proper relationship with women. But at that point from law school, I stopped having sex with women because I'm waiting for marriage. So I know that just even before like beginning spiritual path. And that's actually one of the things that precipitates spiritual path too. That's another conversation. But I'm already on those things. So it's increasingly accessible. So that's 6 years into it at that point. And that's all I do. Study and think. Anyway. By that point, though, still, there's the necessity of social living is the best. It's not just a matter of being in my cave, recluse, secluded from the world. There's the necessity of engagement and relationship. So I'm getting called in that direction increasingly after 6 years. I become involved I start becoming involved in local things. I reach out to the Baha'i community off rip, like out the blue. Pages, white pages, whatever, yellow pages. Called up the number, said, yo, Baha'i kinfolk, I do interfaith stuff. I'm told that you do interfaith stuff. What interfaith stuff is going on here in the Cuyahoga area? And so the Baha'i community is very responsive and saying, oh, well, you can join this group and this group, this group. And I do. I started to get involved. Very carefully, very selectively. And from that, again, further guidance towards being further engaged, further social, further connected in relationship with people around me, with a community. And that includes, in a spiritual sense, striving to find people to talk and reason with and to build with, experience community with as a congregation. But again, I can't sign on and commit now from what I know now at that point. Like I can't like join a community that is proselytizing, that is converting others, and where I'm in particular where I'm called to do that. I can't do that. So that limits who I can join in benevolent faith. The first occasion in joining the Christian community, the Christian congregation, there might be understanding because somewhat not just but it can be chalked up to naivete. It can be chalked up to ignorance. It can be chalked up to desperation, and additionally, fine. He made a promise. He seemingly backed out on that promise, or didn't stay with that promise, and so that's on him. But at the same time, there's some understandability, there's some flexibility, there's some forgiveness, and so okay, he gets a pass or whatever else on that particular occasion. But now, he's 6 years into the game. He's done these studies. He knows what's going on increasingly. Maybe not everything, but he knows further. So he don't have that same pass. He, in this case, being me. So in that call, in that guidance to be part of a religious community, again, strong. You bugger. It's one thing for a mouse to be in the house, but when a mouse is acting like a louse, that's all type of souse. I didn't even take it on the window there. Interesting, that's how long we've been at this, huh? Okay, wow. We better check the storage now at this point. We had over 20. We should be decent. 16. Ho ho. All right, yes, he says. Speaking all types of English. Expensive. Land. All right, so continuing on. So in that first situation, it might be understandable. I might get an excuse. He was still younger, graduating from law school, 20-something, 26, 27 years old, 27, I think. Was that? Did he? Bada? Basically. But now, I'm 30s. I'm a grown man. I was a grown man before, but now, seriously grown man in the world. I know better. I can't join a community and make that promise and say I didn't know. So because of that, the standard, the bar is raised, and there is further scrutiny involved in that process. So when getting that call and that guidance for joining religious community at that moment, I'm precluded from joining a religious community that proselytizes, that goes out and seeks converts. So that narrows the field significantly. And at that moment in my life, there are basically two communities that I get increasingly significantly involved with at that time. One is the congregation that I mentioned, the Jewish synagogue. The other is the Baha'i community. The Jewish synagogue does not go out to seek converts. It's just, we do what we do. If people want to join, then that's fine. But we're not trying to go out and convince people and convert people. Now, that's the standard for hundreds of years, even thousands of years. It's not always the standard through all of the history of Judaism or through the history of Israel. But for generations, that is the standard. That is the protocol. And there are strong reasons why that is. So because of that, then that makes it available for kinfolk like myself. Okay, it doesn't proselytize. Now, it has its own other things going on, just like every other religious community does. However, again, we recognize, we believe truth within every tradition. So, in that experience or in that guidance of joining and being part of a religious community, there's that guidance towards joining the synagogue. That's one. The other one, particularly, is Baha'i. Particularly because Baha'i is very multicultural. One of the most multicultural religious communities that I experienced to date, thoroughly, beyond Christianity, beyond Islam, because it's further the foundation of the faith. So it's very much proactive intentionality. It's not just like the by note or by the way, or we have a congregation that you can check out over there. It's like every community, every family. This is the norm. Going to the gatherings, it's a kumbaya of ethnicities all the time. Even a kumbaya of religiosities, people coming from different religious paths. Very often Christianity, very often secularism, occasionally, particularly amongst the authoritative ones, Islam, occasionally Jewish as well. Some kinfolk, like myself, are on path of a number of different religiosities. The challenge, two basic challenges with the Baha'i community, I'm getting on to details, whatever, but two basic challenges with the Baha'i community is that one proselytizes, converts, endeavors to go out, ventures to go out and recruit people into the faith. So again, that's against what we do. So we're not against that per se. That's just we're precluded from doing that. Because we know, again, just the experience of Christianity and the pretenses and the carrots and sticks and everything else like that of the missionaries going hand in hand with the conquistadors. It's just we know. It's too much attachment to imperialism and the same methodologies of conquest, just in a different kind of name or whatever. So that's not shade, not hate, not trying to condemn, but just that's what precludes us from doing that and from committing ourselves and alleging ourselves with that. Alleging, yes. The other thing is, similarly, just recognizing with the Baha'i faith, there's a very significant attachment between the Baha'i faith, the Baha'i community, and the United States. Plain and simple. And it infuses itself within the theology and otherwise, particularly after the teachings of Baha'u'llah and Abdul Baha. And so there becomes this Americanism within the Baha'i community that's extremely difficult to reconcile, because part of the protocols within the Baha'i faith is abstaining from getting involved within the politics. But when people are involved in the imperialism and the trappings through employment, through military service, through taxes, through investments, through living a comfortable lifestyle, and the atrocities that are committed through the imperialism, to have that protocol of not speaking against those atrocities, because that's political. It's like, oh, wait a minute, come on, religiosity, coming from an experience of persecution, and additionally, and still speaking about that persecution selectively or in the selective geographic area of Persia, but not anywhere else on this world, including within Haifa, the limitations that are put on the Baha'i community, even Haifa, that becomes a difficult thing. And we can't talk about it too tough because, this is the community. So I don't mean to be all like putting people on Front Street or blast or whatever. That's not the purpose here, but just saying that's one of the reasons of the difficulty. So long story short, in terms of the Baha'i, joining the Baha'i community, those are some of the things. That being said, it takes a while to learn and see this and confirm it. Some of it is already kind of sort of known, but at the same time we have to see things and see how serious and is it possible for finding a way and adjustments or otherwise. But anyways, I'm involved in the Baha'i community for a number of years, regularly, significantly, for a number of years, and lovingly to this day, even amidst subsequent severe challenges. All right. Point is that in the Baha'i community, very multicultural, the vibes is there, mixed kinfolk galore, normal. It's not the side note. By the way, we have one of those ourselves that you can have friends with. No, it's the norm. Welcome to our house. Yes, we're mixed. And everybody is here, honoring our house by being here and accepting our hospitality as mixed people. What? Yes, we're the teachers. No, we're the leaders in this community. Wow. That's awesome. Is that my bias? Yes. But that's what it is. So, housefly. What is a housefly outdoors? Lady. All right. I've already said that though. Anyways, so that's now I become involved with the Baha'i community at the same time that I begin attending services at the synagogue. Am I two-timing? I'm being me. So, and the whole time I tell the Baha'i community I'm in the process of joining the synagogue, and that. So the story is actually extremely interesting, fascinating how all this happens. And again, we can definitely say this is the working of God, the Most High at work. But at the same time, there are people who have a knowledge about how God works and working for God, who are facilitators in this process. Because here's how it goes. Trippy. So mind you, for 6 years, I don't talk with anybody on this land. For 6 years. I don't talk with anybody from the United States too tough at all. 6 years. Let's do the math on that. 6 times 365. That's over 2,000 days, day after day after day, over 2,000 days of not talking to neighbors, not talking to people in the community or otherwise, not interacting with anybody in person who is in the United States. 2,000 days. Is that it? Just 2,000? Is that not enough? Yeah, somewhere like that, 2,000 days. Anyways, then I started becoming social. And in being social, I basically, I do, like I said, okay, rewind the scenario. I find out about some interfaith initiatives here in the Cuyahoga area. I've been doing that online, and again, online there's no video conferencing calls or anything like that. It's text. Sometimes there are message boards or chat rooms. Otherwise, it's still very impersonal. It's emails, sharing long. How long those joints are? Wow, flashback. People like writing dissertations in response to each other because these are spiritual people. These are people who are studied. And here's my book. Here, read my book. And when I say book, I'm talking about like just email threads being 20 pages back and forth. And me doing the same thing because that's all I do. I read, which I wasn't doing in law school. I'm reading the scriptures and I'm energized and motivated by the teachings and sharing words. And so I'm writing, whether I'm writing to somebody else or I'm just writing for the record. That's the nature of having the words. So when finding other people who have it, exchange. That's what we're doing again during that process. This is 20 years ago when there isn't social media, when there isn't smartphones, when there isn't a lot of video online. So anyways, that's my experience for 6 years. Then I start to become socially involved, but in specific context of interfaith and involvement with the synagogue and involvement with the Baha'i community. That's my primary spiritual, my primary social experiences and my social community experiences, my spiritual community experiences. So how it happens, like I said, is this. When I start becoming involved locally, and when I start getting that call of like, it's time to start like getting all, like it's time to start sharing and like being part of the community in a very careful way. I'm still to that point. It had been maybe, I was getting locked up, I was getting tortured, I was getting forcefully drugged, and additionally, scratching the nose again, for those 6 years. It had been about 3 years since my most recent lockup up to that point. So I'd been able to find some kind of balance. I was getting drugged at that point, drugged up. However, having some kind of balance to avoid severe aggressions, and being further trusted and additionally within society, and getting that call, start to get involved, start to be social, start to have relationship with people directly. And so that's what I do. I call up the Baha'i community saying, what interfaith stuff is going on? Just out the blue. Baha'i community, the auntie is extremely beautiful, immediate, gracious, and responding. It says, here's what's going on. And by the way, if you want to learn further about the Baha'i community, what we do, here's what we got going on here. Cool. Bet. I do. And so from there, I get involved with a number of the interfaith groups here in the Cuyahoga area. I get involved with the Baha'i community. And then one of the interfaith events that is organized by one of the larger interfaith groups at that time is a Thanksgiving event. It has its own things with Native community and additionally. However, that's what I get involved in, recognizing it as an occasion for different religions to get together for a shared interest of well-being on a comparatively equal footing. So I attend, like, it's one of the biggest interfaith events, one of the only interfaith events that I know of at that point happening in the Cuyahoga area. So I attend it, and it happens to be at a Jewish synagogue, the Jewish synagogue that I eventually become a member of. And I already did the research about the synagogue and know that the characteristics of it, and additionally, that make it a prospect for me becoming involved with it. So I already know that beforehand, and it just so happens that it's a member of one of these interfaith organizations, and that it's actually hosting this interfaith event, which is another reason why I'm able to become involved with the synagogue, because of it being very proactive and a leader within the interfaith initiative, within the interfaith scene. So that's the first occasion of me being inside a synagogue. And people are solicited to put on the kippah. Men are solicited to put on the kippah, and I do that. First time wearing a kippah, and just going into the sanctuary, and so participating in the event. Now it just so happens that up to that point, I have already been attending Baha'i gatherings regularly, twice a month, interfaith devotionals as well as firesides, religiously, regularly, everyone, early, even beginning later on Ruhi studies in a number of books, in the book 1 and some other ones as well. So tough, I said, years deep. Anyways, at that point, just getting started, for months at that point, already involved with the interfaith, with the Baha'i community, and just so happens that the auntie that I talk with and her husband, gracious kinfolk, beautiful kinfolk, who tell me about the things that are going on, attend that same interfaith. And we already know that. We already know we're going to the same thing. So we're both at the same synagogue for the interfaith event. And when I attend that interfaith event that year, that's a confirmation for me that, okay, I can see that I can be a member of this synagogue and be myself, because this event with Muslims and Hindus and Sikhi and Christian and Jewish kinfolk and native kinfolk are all here in the sanctuary at this moment, and respected on the bima in the synagogue. Okay. And other elements is that the synagogue is large, so that my presence can be shared and like spread, so that I'm not just coming in to a smaller congregation and like the weight of what I bring in terms of political dissidents and lockups and everything else like that is not just on a few people's shoulders, but it can be like carried amongst a larger number. That's part of the intentionality as well. Pragmatics on both sides. So okay, it's thousands of members in the congregation. Okay, lots of money, and that has its pluses and minuses in either respect. So anyways, that's what I do. And me attending that interfaith event or whatever is a confirmation of me being able to be a member in that synagogue and going through the process. So already confident about that. Now, in addition to that, I'm a son of Israel. I'm a son of Yosef Avinu. So it's not a matter of like joining something that I'm not already of. Now, some might recognize that, some might not. That's fine. But for this side, that's part of the actuality and understanding, anyways. So that's what I do. Like maybe like the next week, I go back to the synagogue on a Friday night service, and I approach actually the cantor approaches me, asks me, like, I'm a visitor. I'm like, yeah, I have interest of like joining the synagogue, converting into Masorti rite. And so he refers me to the rabbi, and so I speak to the rabbi, and I get an invitation to meet with the rabbi later on during the week and talk about it further, and that's what happens. And the process is explained. I already know the basics of the process because, like I said, I did the research already, and it involves a minimum of a year of study, regular consultation and meeting with the rabbi, completion of assignments, reading assignments, writing assignments. It involves going to the moil, Eidaba, even though already circumcised, still have to go to the moil. It requires going to the mikvah and going through those formal rites, reciting the formal blessings in Hebrew, and then accepting the responsibilities, the mitzvot of the children of Israel, of Bnei Israel, of Bnei Yeshurun. And so, okay, fine, let's go. Now, that process, like I said, I already did the research. I know that. But even just the process itself is further comfortable because it's not just a matter of like, hurry up, sign up, and then we'll roll with it later. It's a matter of like, yo, this is serious. And it's beneficial for you to like be intentional and know what you're getting into before you sign up. And for us to know about you too and know what we're getting into before we sign you up. Because this ain't no revocable thing. This is a life decision. This is beyond life decision. So a full year of knowing what the life is like, feeling the seasons, feeling the cycle, going to services, Shabbat services regularly, attending synagogue functions as a non-member, as you like, attending high holy days without cost. Serious. It's a serious invitation, or it's a serious welcome, because it's not easy for the synagogue to open that up, to make it available. But at the same time, yo, here's what we require too. So I'm like, yo, let's go. And that's what happens. Baruch Hashem. And I complete the process over a year of studies. The moil, the mikvah, the mitzvot. Baruch Hashem. And I continue on. Now, it just so happens that synagogue is also the synagogue that I actually grew up across the street from. Because I grew up across the street from a synagogue in my childhood neighborhood of over a quarter of a century. I grew up with the synagogue across the street, seeing people going to Shabbat services every week and all the other activities at the shul. Now, it was a smaller shul. And it eventually moves to the location further in the affluent zone. What up, Woodpecker? You look flossy. The rice is empty. Yeah, I know. I got someone's stash. I know. All right. I'm getting signals of like, yo, let's wrap this up. It's already the chirp chirp, and now we're getting the chirp chirp. Or it was already the chirp chirp, now we're getting the tweet tweet. Continuing on. So this is a 50-year-old talking here. What you talking about? All right. Oh, come on now. I'm talking all smooth and comfortable, like, yo, like I got all the storage in the world, like we got all the storage in the world. Still at 16. How is it like at 16 it seems to move so slow, but when it gets like to 8, it seems like, yo, it chew up quick. All right. Anyway, continuing on. All right. So, it's the synagogue that I grew up the street from. So basically the shul moves. It joins with another shul from the Heights, which is where I grew up here, and they both move to a larger facility in the bourgeoisie of the bourgeoisie, way down the road, or I should say way up the road, because that's the way the land lies. Now, I had a hint of that beforehand, but it goes by a different name. When I did the research, it showed that it was previously the bigger shul that was in the Heights, the one in a different location, not the one that I grew up across the street from. I might have recalled seeing something somewhere about like the two joining each other, but like it only is after or amidst my process that it's confirmed, like, oh no, this is the shul that I actually grew up from. Like the members of the shul who are attending services there attend services at the synagogue that I grew up across the street from. Many of the Sidurim are from that shul. And additionally, so it becomes like a returning home, literally and spiritually, because That is my boyhood memory. That's the house of worship that I grow next to. That's what my greatest familiarity. So, anyways, that's not the primary reason for what precipitates me joining this show, but again, it's a further kind of affirmation. Anyways, now during that process, still regularly attending events and gatherings of the Baha'i, being very upfront, candid. I'm in this process of joining the synagogue, and still attending the Baha'i, and very welcome to do so. And I'm getting a little bit into detail, and this is what I was trying to avoid in terms of like the perceived connotations, whatever else. But anyways, uh, at some point it becomes a question like, yo, Peter, why? I mean, there's not a hint of unwantedness from the Baha'i community about me continuing to attend gatherings and additionally, but at the same time, particularly, I do that, to be honest, after converting, completing the process to join the shul and being an actual member for a number of years, still participating with the Baha'i community. But at the same time, like recognizing, seeing like certain, not frustration, but like difficulty of like, why I keep coming here. Like, the intention of these things is for people to become members rather than just participate for years and years, which I do. And again, there's all a continual welcoming. And I'm provided with like opportunities for leadership of organizing things, leading discussions, taking some of the responsibility. So it's not just the people taking the onus of hosting it and doing the necessary preparations and accordingly. I'm providing scriptures for doing the firesides and the interfaith, the firesides, maybe. The interfaith devotionals, definitely. I'm doing the research, I'm providing the scriptures, I'm providing the topic of conversation in many of the gatherings. So I'm trying to be contributing as much as I can without actually being a member. And I don't know if I say explicitly why I don't. Because there are occasions when at other events, other gatherings, perhaps after an interfaith devotional that's hugely attended, dozens of kinfolk, which is beautiful. Hallelujah. Alhamdulillah. An interfaith devotional where there are a couple dozen at least, Baha'i members and additional friends of the community. And that's the other thing. I'm not the only one who's not a Baha'i member who's attending these gatherings. So that I don't feel too much of an imposition because there are other kinfolk too. It happens to be generally though that the other kinfolk kind of come and go. I'm the only regular one that's not a Baha'i member. And I do a lot to support the Baha'i faith and encourage other people about the Baha'i faith, even not being a member. And that says a lot in and of itself. So there's only so much I can do as an advocate or whatever. But anyways, at certain points, after a number of years, there are those occasions of after the main event subsides and we have a casual conversation. We've had the reception and everything, and now it's just kind of like the old heads talking after the event, like, so Peter, like, do you ever think about like joining the Baha'i community, Baha'i faith? Like, I mean, just like to understand where you're coming from, what might keep you from not doing it. And so I mentioned a few things genuinely about like abstaining from turning in my card. A big one though is, well, the two ones that I mentioned, proselytizing to others, and the attachment to the United States. Those are the two basic ones. The comparative quietude about the injustices within the United States along the lines of race, along the lines of caste and class, and otherwise. So indigenous advocacy and returning land initiatives. So, but I know in addressing those things, it's going to cut close. And I've studied and I haven't found an answer, and I don't know if the kinfolk there are going to have an answer. And maybe that was somewhat presumptuous and egotistical on my part, presuming the kinfolk, if not having the answers directly, being able to find answers or talk to other people in the Baha'i community to find those answers. I go to Wilmette when I go to Chicago. I visit the house of worship. So I do the things Baha'i kinfolk do, with the exception of actually turning in my card. Because particularly to the U.S. based Baha'i Assembly, where I am not a citizen, and that continues even at that process during that time of locking me up and everything. Anyways, so that's part of the experience of my proselyte experience. Um, in terms of the Jewish community, tremendous support, awesome, miraculous support, and challenges as well, particularly in the experience of distancing from the shul, at least from the synagogue, because it's still, in actually throwaways, I'm much further observant today than I am when being a member of the shul, and that has little to do necessarily with the shul. It's about myself. But the point is that even when being here with us on ashram, and additionally, um, keep closer to kosher, because vegan is naturally further closer to kosher, and less susceptible to um, the recidivism. Um, that's just one thing. I mean, observance of Shabbat, much further thorough. I'm not driving. I'm not utilizing electricity. Uh, Too tough. And meaning, like, I'm not doing this, aside from like a few months ago when I make a recording saying, yo, I don't do this. Why am I doing this? Other than that, the things to attend the services at the synagogue require me doing things that uh, are recognized as being abrogations of the observance of Shabbat, and that's difficult because how else does one participate in the community other than, and that's actually what precipitates my distance from the community. There are a number of cultural differences. We can talk about ethnic differences. We can talk about political differences, and additionally, there are very strong spiritual congruencies and synonymities. And that's where the emphasis is. And there's a lot of opportunity for investing and sharing in those congruencies, aside from the political differences, the ethnic differences, and additionally. And that's one of the things that enables me to join the shul to begin with, and to stay with the shul for a number of years. The actuality, though, is that after a while, it's very expensive. And there are a lot of accommodations that are provided. The membership dues are severely adjusted to be affordable for myself at that moment, personally. So that's less of the concern of actually participating with the shul. Challenge, though, is that infrastructure, like need transportation. One, the shul is outside of immediate access to public transportation. It's in the bougies. And the bougies don't want kinfolk to be accessible through public transportation. That's part of the intentionality. And that's part of the challenge in distance, not just physically, but socioeconomically. So there's that. It's not just a matter of the distance and needing and being outside of public transportation, but can't even use public transportation on Shabbat. So attending the services, I had a car at that time. I was driving at that time. And I needed to, and in order just to attend the Shabbat services. And the basic of it is that at some point, I could see where things are going so rather than making arrangements to counter this, it just happens, and things happen as it is. But the actual official cause or reason is because I give up my car. I actually give my car away because I recognize, for a number of reasons, that it's too costly. So I give it away. And when I give it away, there goes my transportation to shul. And I'm unable to attend services in the same way. So I stop attending. Eventually, the shul asks me why I'm not attending, where I've been, am I okay? And I say, I don't have a car. And so initially, there's a member of the shul who volunteers to pick me up. It's a big commute. It's 20 minutes, 25-minute drive to the outer ring. Beyond this, I'm in the middle. I'm in like the inner suburbs. I'm in like right near the inner city, and this is all the way outside of the transportation grid. So it's a thorough, slow 20 minutes. There's no highway or anything else. It's a slow 20-minute drive, one way, 25 minutes. So for somebody to drive, and again, there are thousands of members of the shul that live in all different types of places here in the Cuyahoga area, but many live very distant from each other in different municipalities. And I become increasingly aware of the workings of the shul as well. I mean, that's just the nature of it. And I'm seeing some of the challenges in the shul, that the needs in the shul. And that's one of them, is like people living so distant from each other. I grew up here in the Heights, which is increasingly Orthodox, where people live in walking distance because that's the observance of Shabbat. That's what I have. That's my familiarity. That's my frame of reference. Being part of a shul, and that's not an excuse. I'm just communicating. Being part of a shul where like the sense of community is somewhat strained because people live so distant from each other. And some people live in pockets near each other, and there's a camaraderie accordingly, and that's beautiful. But otherwise, for children, youth to meet with each other, and additionally, it's not just a matter of riding bicycles and seeing each other, because live like 10 miles, 20 miles away from each other. That sense of cultivating, that endeavor of cultivating community is increasingly strained when there's a geographic difference. And that's, again, to any religion, and that's very common amidst many different types of religious communities, particularly those that are not Orthodox, particularly those that are further secular and liberal. There's the tendency of people living in different locations, distant locations, so that sense of physical community is further strained. That's what I experienced. Brethren volunteered for every shul service to pick me up, but I already know, that's a huge task. What can I provide in return? It's just not even a matter of return. It's not even a quid pro quo, but even just that's a big thing to ask. And kinfolk are very glad to do it. Very, very eager to do it, and Baruch Hashem for this. However, at the same time, it's a lot, and it's a lot to call upon somebody to do on a regular basis. So after maybe one or two occasions, it's just like, probably you have to find something else or otherwise. The other thing is this: that person had not just to drive 20 minutes from where I'm at, and then 20 minutes to drop me off. Has to drive from a different location to get to where I am, and then go back to that location. So ends up driving like 40 minutes one way, an hour and a half commuting just to attend Shabbat services. That's a lot to ask on somebody week in and week out. And the actuality, and which was further telling, was that there are kinfolk who live very close to me, who are members of the shul, who regularly attend the shul, but because not as comfortable offering me a ride, and that's very understandable. Different people have their different things, and so that's very understandable. But that's just like the interesting kind of paradox, because though for those whom it would be not a problem, like it's like literally a 30-second drive between where we live. I know where they stay, and a number of kinfolk who live very close to me, but at the same time don't feel as comfortable being with me, committing to like being with me, and that's understandable. They don't got to be, but that's the challenge. When a shul has thousands of members, it seems like there should be so much compatibility, and additionally, but it becomes those type of situations where this person has this quality but doesn't, or this qualification but doesn't have this qualification. This one has that one and doesn't have this one. So doing all the connection and everything is a challenging thing, and then to do it organically and comfortably and relaxedly and not so formulaically, it's a challenge. And that's part of what the reason for the social director and these type of things, why it's so important to cultivate these relationships, to cultivate the environment that cultivates these relationships, and that camaraderie and that sense of affinity and affection for each other. So anyways, the official cause of me not attending shul services and essentially, I won't say discontinuing membership, but like not continuing membership, is not having transportation. But again, like I said, if that's the only cause, then there must have been some way of like accommodating that and making arrangements accordingly. And the fact that there was an absence of motivation for doing that, for finding that other solution, that's attributable to other things. And those are other things that in and of themselves may not be that big of a deal and easier to like find solutions for, but because in addition to dealing with those things, it also involves making further arrangements for transportation and otherwise. It just becomes, okay, it seems as though the circumstances are guiding uh, the relationship in a different direction. And so that's what happens. Now, that being said, um, I continue to honor the promises that I make. I continue to be observant of the mitzvot as best I can. Everybody has variance, and everybody has to account for that each year, Hayom. So I continue with that. And as I mentioned, I'm increasingly observant today than I am 10 years ago. Yeah. And actually, it was over 10 years ago, 15 years ago, or 12 years ago when I'm a member of the shul. So now, that might not be saying much because I guess generally speaking, anybody should be further observant a decade on. So that might have been saying something 10 years ago, but today, what's going on? Anyways, that's part of the experience of proselyte. So I didn't get into a lot of the details about like the relationship, the leverage, the biases, and otherwise. I kind of hinted at it or revealed certain things about socioeconomic differences, challenges therein. I didn't mention a lot about like marriage prospects. There are those experiences. There are those invitations and opportunities in both the Baha'i community and the Jewish community through the years. The actuality, though, is again what I talked about before, just yesterday, about where things are with us. This is actually what it is 10, 12 years ago, even though I may abstain from having the fortitude to plainly and articulately, to plainly and candidly articulate this. Also, the sobriety. I was being drugged during that period too, just to be honest, and facts. I was being forcefully drugged during that period, and that takes nothing away from the genuineness of the process. But that does factor into that my candor of addressing these things that would be otherwise somewhat controversial, provocative, or somewhat uncomfortable for kinfolk in comparatively comfortable environs. So, and it also might explain some of the lack of tolerance on my part of being in environs that are uncomfortable with this type of candor. Got it? Okay. So, and it's not a matter of being duplicitous, it's not a matter of being fake, it's not a matter of being like hiding per se, or not a matter of like withholding, because I let it speak for itself. People ask me, what do you do? I'm a spiritual teacher. I'm a spiritual diplomat. So what's your background? Yeah, I graduated with law degree. Oh, so you practice law? No. Oh, you don't practice law? No. Never took the bar. For those who know, they know already. That's saying something. That's talking about my politics. That's talking about my religiosity in the shul, in the Baha'i community, and otherwise. So you want further details? We can go. But usually that's enough right there. And that it is. So, ain't done yet though. So what is recognized at this moment, what I said yesterday in terms of like the three qualities, particularly when it talks about I'm leaning over a lot, and that's not beneficial for the back. Lean back. All right. This is a new look. You can see all the dusty, and I'm not just talking about the room. So marriage prospects, requirements. As I mentioned before, there are three components: no citizenship, no ownership, and the Panchasilas. That is a significant challenge for many people within conventional society and many people within established religions. So I already know that 10 years ago, even 20 years ago, as an actuality and a practicality for all the conversations that I have with beautiful young sister through the years, um, that this is what it is, and this is it's not even a non-negotiable of like it's not my doing, like this is who I am. It's even beyond like saying my name is Peter. It's beyond that, because people say, well, your name is Peter, you grew up to be Peter, but what if we called you Pete? What if we called you Petey? What if we called you Frank? How about that? This isn't even this isn't even that discussable. However, I myself have ventured to like compromise with it and to try to negotiate with it, and reasoning to myself like, maybe I can, maybe if a woman, when I'm meeting a woman, like we'll find some kind of like other middle ground that I haven't figured out yet. So let me not be too conclusive and dismissive and exclusive and closed-minded. And in that process, it leads to a trail of just challenges and clumsiness. Because the long and short of it is no citizenship, no ownership, Panchasilas. Plain and simple. That's the requirement of being in committed relationship with me. Who am I? Whatever. So, anyways, that's talking about the relationship. So when I talk about like the enslavement situation and doing the studies and eventually like maybe being offered marriage in a religious community, I experienced that. Low key, legit. Yet at the same time, even in being a proselyte, I still know like a truth and an earthly actuality beyond my personal position as a proselyte or as a perceived proselyte. So here we are at this moment in this life still. After the distance from the shul, after giving the car away, after stopping attending services, and basically gradually like I'm still in cordial terms with the shul. Severe challenges because of other things involving other institutions and leadership and politics that are very contentious. But at the same time, I go to the shul in the past year, visit with a rabbi I study with, talk face-to-face, person sit down, and cordial conversation. We love you, you love us. Beautiful. Nice to see you. Shalom Aleichem. Aleichem Shalom. And we continue on. So that's where things stand in that respect. The Baha'i community eventually became that kind of thing, where after attending a number of gatherings, getting further invites into the interior of the Baha'i community. Like I said, Ruhi studies, going to the commemoration of the centennial, the centennial observance and commemoration of Abdul Baha's visit to the U.S. here in the Cuyahoga area as well, meeting leadership within the national, international Baha'i community, visiting here. Going to further events that are Baha'i exclusive, members only experiences after years of being involved in the community and knowing the leadership within the Cuyahoga area personally. It gets to that point of, okay, Peter, it became almost like that intervention kind of scene where after one of those occasions, one of those events, like one of the members who's like has perhaps the most fortitude to speak with me and to kind of like encourage me as we're sitting in a group, just like, so Peter, what do you think? Like if I gave you this card, would you accept the card? Not even have to send it in, but would you accept the card from me? I can accept the card from you, and then, okay, let that be as it is. And what is observed now, that was one of a number of those kind of conversations. The first time the card is actually conferred to myself, never turned it in, never sent it. To be honest, I'm certain where it is at the moment, and I don't mean any disrespect, but just uncertain where it is. I accept it in benevolent faith without promising, and so there it is. But what is recognized is that at that point, what I see after that, the communication essentially discontinues. Uh, the events discontinued. The invitations discontinued. Um, Essentially, there might have been, to be honest, there might have been a few invitations after that, to be honest. But that seemed to be like the last effort for myself, like for reaching out to myself. And from that, like saying, okay, we're gonna have to like pull this back in, and we're gonna have to like lay low for a while, so that Peter doesn't get wind of anything going on, and then we're gonna have to like continue this other, because that's the thing. To be honest, there's still difficulty discerning what what the ultimate threat or challenges of a non-member continually attending those kind of events. What we do observe is a cost that the community pays, and I'll try to explain that effectively. Um, what am I saying before that, though? Oh, I mentioned it wasn't said at that gathering. That gathering, like this is the last thing. Otherwise, like we're gonna have to like cut it off at this point. Uh, and it had a feel like that, but it wasn't. It wasn't necessarily definitive, because there were a number of similar conversations. Not the card given at that point. That was the first time for that. But other than that, that kind of conversation was held on a few occasions before that. So okay, at that moment, okay, I see this now. We'll see where this goes, because I haven't had there's always been like that welcoming, and that, not that sense of, oh, you again, and I've had that when I've gone to shuls. So I guess it'd be beneficial to articulate that too. Okay, interesting. Maybe if we get to that, and we need to wrap this up seriously. Um, like we can lean back, but let's not forget about storage situation. We're at 1414 at the moment. All right, so, and just because we have storage doesn't mean we have to use it all up too. Yeah, okay. Going on noon. It was midnight just a minute ago. Remember that? I do. I do. Anyways, that's a Sixth Sense type of reference there. That's elite. Here we go. Continuing on. At that moment when the card is given, it wasn't said like this is the last joint, but it had that kind of vibe. Now, at that moment, continuing on from there, I'm thinking to myself, yeah, okay, we'll see how this goes. I had that feel, but there have been conversations that had that feel before too. Um, but indeed, that's essentially what it is. Um, and I'll explain how it plays out. And this not, I'm basically just like I'm just like, some might say it's vomiting, or just like I'm just being indiscriminate in what I'm saying. I'm speaking from the heart at this point, and I don't think it's a big deal. I don't think it's secrets. It's not shade. I'm just talking about experience, and it's valuable. To be honest, it's valuable for the Baha'i community to like see it from this perspective of like see what happens and what's going on and what the thoughts are, and additionally, how much of it is actually accurate, how much of it is a little bit inaccurate or otherwise. So, um, I do remember that I think it was after that a gathering. I was invited, like as a last minute thing, to a gathering that was way out in a place I ain't been before, at somebody's house. The gatherings are usually at people's houses. And actually, I've been invited to a number of those type of gatherings at people's houses, meeting new Baha'is that I didn't meet before, leadership that I didn't meet before, after years and years. Maybe other local assemblies in adjacent vicinities or otherwise, but like, and to this day, it's still not figuring out everything that's going on. One of them felt like a young singles meetup kind of thing, of like introducing young adults to each other amidst the elders and families being there. That's what one felt like. Another one actually felt like a young people's meetup. I don't mean to be crass or dismissive or condescending in like just generalizing these in that context, but I remember another gathering again. I didn't have a car, and so the family came pick me up, and we went to a gathering way out in the cut. And uh, I remember being in a room. I feel like I'm giving some kind of testimony or something, but I remember being in a room. It's nothing negative, essentially. Being in a room, I can be candid about what might precipitate this recollection. To be honest, um, being in a room and it's young people there, maybe middle schoolers and adults, parents, but it's a different vibe. It's not an interfaith. It's not an interfaith devotional. It's not a fireside. It's not a Ruhi session that I recall. I don't think it was a Ruhi session because this was my first time being there, and this was like a specific program. Um, and I know there are a number of different. It wasn't a junior youth group meeting. It was something else. I think it was a recruitment for something. Like it was like a staging thing for participating in maybe something at a Llewellyn program or something like. It was like an interior kind of experience that I'm being invited to participate within. So we're sitting in a circle and we're having our conversation. It's a little bit of a different topic. To be honest, I'm just gonna be honest. What I remember, this is candor. Just being candid, and this is facts. One of the things that I remember distinctly is that I am sat right next to a very attractive young woman of a particular ethnicity, and just like sitting next to her and feeling her energy the entire time. So I'm very attentive, let me tell it, based upon my recollection ability, in the conversation, and I'm contributing additionally. But I just remember like this is a very attractive woman that I'm sitting next to at this moment. And it may not necessarily be by happenstance or otherwise, because maybe that's a motivation for being involved in the community. But even at this moment, like I feel that her energy from sitting next to her at this point, and that's trying to be as sober as possible additionally, but that's the nature. So anyways, there are a few events like that afterwards, maybe that were not the typical events, but after that card giving, that's pretty much shutting down of the gatherings at that point. The interfaith devotionals and the firesides were held at the same household. The family was hosting both of those twice a month, and so those were stopped. And then the Ruhi gatherings, the Ruhi studies, I wasn't invited to at that point. Don't know if they were going on or otherwise, but like I wasn't getting invite for those. And the junior youth group might have been going on, but I just wasn't being invited to those kind of organizings. There was a young Baha'i professionals group that was meeting on like I think a once a month basis here. Kinfolk who were involved at the universities here, graduate school and otherwise, that I'm invited to and that I participate within for a long time, and it's beautiful. Like that's like it feels so close knit, and like the vibes of just like brethren and sisterin, multicultural, mixed heritage, homogenous, like vibe, young people, 20-year-olds, 20 somethings, intelligent, compassionate, spiritual, about discipline and principles. Like this is peoples right here, loving all peoples, all ethnicities, having a belief in the Baha'i faith, but not necessarily being so like over the top, over the head with it, having doubts, having candid like conversations about it, as young people do. Even on a Friday night, I attended Shabbat gatherings, young professionals Shabbat gatherings, Baruch Hashem. Similar thing. I was driving during those days, so we would have Shabbat dinner. Young professionals who would not go to services, too tough, but felt comfortable enough to go to a Shabbat service or a Shabbat gathering, Shabbat dinner, and even say some prayers. And additionally, so beautiful, beautiful experience. Actually hosted one here in this facility with all the dusty here. In my own stilo, shared some Torah trivia, because anyways, that's what each house does. Each house shares its own kind of flavor and its own proclivity, so don't have a lot of the aesthetic and comforts or whatever, but we can share some Torah and we can share some fun. So that's what we do on our Shabbat dinner. years ago. Oh, D. How long ago? Ooh, long ago. At least 12, 13, 14 years ago. Oh, D. So, anyways, all right. It's a chip. All right. All right. So, anyways, after that, after sending the card, it was, I'm still a member of the shul at that point. Actually, to be honest, by that point, I had stopped attending service because, like I said, when I gave up the car, um, like I stopped attending services. So maybe the Baha'i community said, okay, this is the opportunity for Peter to kind of like transition into Baha'i, and I see truth in each thing. So if there is that scenario of joining the Baha'i community, it would have to be in such a way that I continue to observe the mitzvot honestly and thoroughly, that I already commit myself to God to do. So if you can explain or whatever else in that respect beyond the preceding challenges, I'm not going to deny that possibility. Um, but again, that's not the purview necessarily of the Baha'i joint. So when it becomes evident that it seems like I'm not joining in that respect, uh, I'm not saying it was all about me and the reaction to me, but it's just after that fact, the interface stopped, the fireside stopped, the Ruhi stopped. I got invited to a few of these unique gatherings that are the first occasion that I experienced in the years of participating in the Baha'i community, meeting Baha'is for the first time in those circumstances. But aside from that, everything else got shut down. And not only that, but kinfolk start to move. The people who are hosting events are now moving to other cities, other states. And so it's not even here any further. Can't even holler and say what's up. Not only that, a lot of the interfaith initiatives are closing up. The ones that host the interfaith, the Thanksgiving gathering, and otherwise, all closing up. Once I stopped attending the synagogue services and letting go of my car and being mobile to attend meetings and everything else, everything started to close up. And so it became back again a wilderness experience. So anyways, there's that. That being said, I guess I'll say this one other thing with the Baha'i community. So much love, so much beauty, so much wisdom, so much truth, so much generosity within the Baha'i community. And we're very thankful for that. Oh yeah, we got warplanes flying over, I guess, still. Now that being said, I'm saying that to like temper what I'm about to say, which is when I went to Denmark, and I've already shared this story, but when I went to Denmark as a refugee seeking asylum from the United States, because of the lockups and torture and affliction, and the further threats at that moment, just a few years ago, of there being an absence of viable solutions otherwise, hitting the road and leaving the country and going to Denmark to seek asylum. In that process, reaching out to each of the religious communities accordingly, and getting very little holla back. The first person that I speak with when stepping upon the soil, the land, I should say, the territory of Europe in Deutschland, I think it's Frankfurt International. Is it? I think so. The first words are Alechem Shalom. I see a rabbi like at 1 a.m. in the dark corridors of the airport. Those are the first words spoken to me after entering through customs. So that being said, there's evidence of the responsiveness of the religious communities. You think it's happenstance? Study and give thanks. So even though I send those communications out, yo, I'm about to go to Denmark, yo, looking for asylum, yo, religious communities, what you got for us, yo, what's happening? We put in work with the world religions for years. What's going on? No holler back officially from any religious community directly. a lot of holler back in quiet ways, like walking through the airport and saying Alechem Shalom. Facts. Now, once arriving formally in Denmark, getting situated within the refugee camp, still, I don't reach out to all the religious communities because I already done did that. We already done did that. But we do reach back, we do make a call to the Baha'i community, particularly because of the closeness with the cause. And the Baha'i community responds and makes arrangements of visiting and this and the other. The facility is somewhat outside of Kubenhavn, so it would require some planning, but willingness. Then there's an invitation to attend one of the gatherings that the Baha'is regularly host each week. A gathering, Thursdays, I think the day is. So Thursday afternoon at tea, I think it is, in the afternoon at specific hours from like 2 to 4 every Thursday. Let's just say that's the scenario. I think that's accurate, but let's just go with that, 2 to 4. I ain't got no money, no penga, no kind of penga. Ain't intending to get a lot of penga or any penga until we are situated within this process of being accepted, supported within Denmark. No hustle, no trying to grind or anything else like that. That's not it. So we're invested in this process. So ain't got no penga. So when other kinfolk in the refugee center are doing their hustles, you can work jobs at the refugee center and get a little bit of this, and catch the bus, catch the train to go into town, get some food or whatever else. Going to town meaning Kubenhavn. You can walk an hour to the nearest small town, but we're on mission. We're on focus here. We're not going to towns. We're not hollering at women. We're on mission right now. Now, it just so happens that part of the process involves consulting with an agency outside of immigration, and I think this is in the scenario of basically having to go through further hoops and ladders and somewhat being like being staged for rejection, denial, but it involves consulting with this, going through a consultation with this agency that's supposed to be a private advocacy group agency, but it's just like another extension of immigration that's trying to be like the good cop, bad cop scenario. But anyways, in doing that and attending that consultation, that requires going to those facilities, which are in Kubenhavn. So in order to get there, for people who don't have any penga, a person is conferred with a letter from immigration with their ID. And that letter saying, giving a free pass on that day only for all transportation of Denmark, all public transportation, the trains, the metro, the buses. Show this letter, free admission, free board. That's how one gets from the refugee camp onto the bus to this train, from the train to the metro, from the metro to the facility, and then back again. That's what I do. I am issued a letter with my ID, my immigration ID. I have an appointment to go to the facility at that hour, early in the AM. I do that. And then from that point on, I have like the rest of the day to work with. I can either go directly back to the refugee camp, or I can go around Kubenhavn. That's what I do. I hit up a number of different locations, and I have it plotted out beforehand. I ain't got no phone for directions or whatever else. I have to find the addresses beforehand, and then maybe catch Wi-Fi here and there. Otherwise, somebody gives me a map, which actually I leave on the bus early on in the commute. So then I have to just work on the address, remember the general location, and then ask for directions. Hodi. Now, in that process, I hit up a number of embassies, a number of offices, and then I go to the Baha'i gathering, which is on a Thursday. My ticket is there for a Thursday, so my intention is to get there at 2 p.m. For the gathering and meet with the Baha'i community. Already talk with the brethren, the secretary for the community, who had the open invitation, who communicated the intention of visiting me at the refugee camp, but at the very least come through to the gathering and let's talk at the gathering. And so I get held up with what I'm doing, like turned around, ain't got the map, this and no excuses. But the short of it is that by the time I get to the location, which is in the midst of all the embassies in the specific section of Denmark, it is past 4 p.m. It's about maybe 4:10, 4:15 p.m. And to be honest, I'm having to urinate at that point, and I'm thinking like if I knock on this door and nobody's here, I'm going to go into the backyard, because otherwise, I am going to deposit upon myself, and that might not necessarily be. That might be one thing when I'm here where I live, and I have the prospect of returning to where I live, walking back to where I live, and like taking care of myself once I get here. But me doing that in Copenhagen, the prospect of going onto a bus, going onto a train, that's imposing upon others. So it's going to be a matter of me urinating in public rather than me urinating on myself. And that's what my mind's going through, because I'm searching for the house, but at the same time I'm like, yo, urination's serious. So anyways, that's maybe TMI, but that's part of the situation. It's not, doesn't factor too much in the story, but here we go with what actually happens. So I arrive at the house, and I'm thinking, wow, I actually got here. I don't even know if I know what time it is. How do I know? Did I have a? Yeah, I did have a phone. I had a phone, but I had no service. That's what it is. So I had a phone. I could tell what time it is and do other things, but I didn't have any service. So I arrived there, like I said, between 4:10 and 4:15. So it's after 4 p.m. technically, and we're in Northern Europe, so. But at the same time, like it's 4:10, 4:15, and we've already had previous communication, and so at the very least, like I'm here for one day. I don't have money to get here again. Don't know what's going to happen. I am a refugee. Like, okay. So 4:10, 4:15. I get there at the door. Now, first of all, it's closed, and I'm thinking, I don't know if it's already closed. Everybody's gone or whatever else. It's in a residential area. It's a residential house that's maybe converted into a community center, like many houses are converted into embassies. Um, when I approached the house, and again, I think I had to actually ask myself, do I knock on the door first or do I urinate first? I probably should knock on the door first and then ask to utilize the restroom. Never did. I'm giving away the story though. So here's what happened was, I knock on the door. I can hear people inside. I hear it like it's going on. There's a party going on inside. People are socializing. People are like living it up inside. So I'm like, okay, wow, it's still going on. Cool. I can still catch the tail end of it. The person who answers the door is a young brethren, or not say young brethren. He's about my age. He's a brethren. Maybe he's a little bit older than myself. And I just communicate like who I am. I'm speaking English. And the brethren who answers the door, like says he's not a member of the Baha'i community, so he couldn't answer. He doesn't know what's going on or whatever else, and so I'm not invited in. He's just standing at the door, and he's just like, yeah, I don't know. I'll have to get somebody else to answer your questions or to like respond to what you're saying, and so then that's what he does. He goes back inside, and another sister and an auntie arrives, who might be a few years older than myself, no, probably 10, 20 years older than myself. And so she, probably 20 years older than myself. So she answers, and she asks what I would like or whatever else. And I say, I understand there's a gathering here. And she said, oh, well, it's closed now. It's after hours now. I can hear people in the background. No, it's closed. We're not, no new admission. No, it's closed now. It's after hours. Come back next week. I'm a refugee. I don't have money. I'm staying at a refugee center. I talked to. I'm only in town right now because I have this ticket to be here. I talked with so and so before. Oh, you talked to so and so before. You know so and so before. Yeah. But yeah, we're closed now. Come back next week. You can talk to them next week. Ooh, wow. Again, I can hear people in the background, like socializing, laughing, talking, cleaning plates and cups. It doesn't sound like people are cleaning up. It doesn't sound like okay, everybody's leaving. No, 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 it's closed now. And so I'm like, okay, just all right, just to make sure, like you're aware that like um this is an event that's communicated for the public. I'm 10 minutes, 15 minutes past that hour. Okay, that's understood if you want to be a stickler for that. But that doesn't seem to be, that might be a cultural thing and that's prerogative. But at the same time, like the Baha'i faith, 10, 15 minutes. Okay. Not only that, I'm a refugee. I don't know if that has any like special considerations or whatever, but at the very least, recognizing like next week is less plausible because don't have no money. This is, does that register? No, 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 come back next week. Are you listening? Like, there's less of a guarantee of next week. There may be deportation in the next day. No, 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 it's okay. Next week, you're welcome to come back. 2 to 4 p.m. is our hours. Wow, okay. Now, again, I talked to so and so. We talked about like meeting in person. Talk to them again at some other time. We're closed now. Wow. And at some point, like there is that disrespect and that frustration and that like ego thing and like wanting to argue. Another one is like, wait a minute, just for your own benefit, like you know what's going on right now and you know what you're saying and know what you're doing, just for your information. So I don't just like absorb that and then talk about it afterwards. Like just I'm letting you know what the circumstances are. No, it's okay. Okay. I'm seeing another side of Denmark, which is not surprising. I know it's cold-hearted. I know it's cold-blooded. I won't say cold-hearted. It's cold-blooded. I know that. I'm coming from that. So, but not even to, but it's different than the United States where it's hidden and faked. Like this one is like up front. So, but just to cover the bases, just so that she has all the information that I'm here for the event that apparently closed 10 minutes, 15 minutes beforehand. I talk with the member of the leadership in the Baha'i community about meeting and gathering who recommends me coming there on that particular day. I don't have the opportunity readily to return because I'm living in a refugee camp. And there's uncertainty about being any place in the next week. And you are still closing the door. And there are other people who are not Baha'is who answer the door, and presumably who are inside, that you keep the door and keep the hospitality for, but that you're closing to myself. Just to make clear of it. That's what the situation is. So and does not blink, does not hesitate, does not stutter. Okay, wow. Again, this is not a new side of Denmark. Cold-blooded, that's okay. But Baha'i, we're seeing a lot. We already knew enough about some things, but like for this to be done in the name of Baha'i. So I did like kind of little as I'm leaving, and at that point I did not have to urinate at that point. How about that? Cured that one kind of serious, at least for the moment. No necessity at that point. A lot of concentration. But as I'm preparing to leave, just to make sure like all the information is shared. Okay, I'm not trying to argue, but like wow, this is Baha'i, huh? So I conclude by saying okay, and I didn't begin with this, which is on me. But at the same time, the person who answers the door is not Baha'i, so a little bit thrown off. I had to urinate, dealing with circumstances of being misdirected throughout the day, so a little bit off my game. So I didn't begin with it, which is on myself, which is on me. But Allah wabha. Didn't begin with that greeting, but amidst the frustration and amidst like the preparation for parting, there's the happenstance, the habit, the protocol, Allah wabha, and I begin I turn away and I start to walk away, and as I'm walking away, she says, "Oh, you're Baha'i?" And at that point, now that was the first time of any kind of sense of like welcome or interest. Or like, otherwise, everything up to that point was just shutdown mode. But all of a sudden, I say Allah wabha, and now it's, oh, you're Baha'i. Now I'm not trying to I'm not trying to be an imposter or whatever else. This is a genuine greeting and salutation and benediction, and I'm sharing it in that respect. No, I'm speaking the language of the kinfolk I'm speaking to. I'm not trying to front. I'm speaking the language of the kinfolk. Assalamu alaikum, shalom alechem, namaste, ni hao, Allah wabha. I turn and walk away. Oh, you're Baha'i. And when she says that to my back as I'm leaving, I turn around and I say, does it matter? And then she says, oh, you're not Baha'i. Okay. And we're not going to argue. That's fine. I continue on. That's part of the legacy. Other communities about proselytizing. Now we're going to have to, we did not think we were going to have to do the storage check. Okay, we're at 13. All right, here's where we wrap up this joint, God willing. 3 hours, a 3-hour tour, yeah? What a bunga. All right. All right. All right. Still work to do. Other communities. So I'll talk about one that immediately comes to mind, which is the Muslim community. In our understanding, to be a Muslim, it basically involves the proclamation of the Shahada and practicing the tenets of Islam. However, that is Shahada, Salat, Zakat, Ramadan, Hajj. That is a Muslim. Hajj is for those who have the capability, earnest and genuine. Ramadan, fast. I practice Ramadan. I observe Ramadan. I fast during Ramadan. I did it in the refugee camp with Muslim brethren who also asked me if I'm Muslim. Zakat. I offer zakat. Salat. I'm not strong on my salat right now. Does that disqualify me as a Muslim? To my understanding, no. Do I have to answer for that as a Muslim? To my understanding, yes. Continually. Every day. And at the end of day. Salat. Now that leads to Shahada. Do I make Shahada? Yes. To whom do I make Shahada? I can do it right now. Every time we offer Salat, we do it. Now, the formalities of it, to be honest, there is some uncertainty about the qualification. There's some awareness that there are comparatively modest formalities in terms of who is a witness to the proclamation. I'll say the first memorable, distinct occasion that I offer Shahada, that I make Shahada. I am outside of a masjid, and I am conducting a demonstration for a community, an intentional community. This is 12, 13 years ago, that is adjacent to the masjid. Talk with the president of the masjid at that time, who was involved with an interfaith work that we do, and additionally, and so I'm very upfront about what we're doing as a community. And additionally, now on a particular occasion, I'm sitting on the corner in front of the community, in front of the intentional community, which is near the masjid, not in front of. It's not a matter of being provocative. It's a matter of being where traffic goes. And doing prayer and meditation. I might not even have had a sign. I might have just been sitting on the corner and doing prayer and meditation, and that being enough of a visual in and of itself. And as I'm doing that, there's a brethren who I know previously from the masjid. I offer salat at the masjid on a number of occasions, Juma and further. So at that moment, the brethren approaches me, asks me what I'm doing, and asks me if I'm Muslim. And so when he asks me if I am Muslim, I recite at that moment Shahada. And so after I recite it, he says that doesn't mean anything. And in getting that response, I'm like, oh wow, okay. That was rather dismissive, not just towards myself, but towards the Shahada itself. I understand what he's communicating. Like, anybody can say that. Doesn't necessarily mean what their intentionality is with that. However, at the same time, what else is there? Not just the proclamation of witnessing the oneness of God, Tawheed, but also the prophecy of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So the immediate reaction to be, that doesn't mean anything. Wow, okay, well, that gives less incentive for proclaiming it in such a way, again, to people aside from Salat or otherwise, as a test. Because if the response immediately in this situation is it doesn't mean anything, then why say it to anybody who asks again, or who solicits saying it again, as a test or a proof? Because in this instance, it doesn't mean anything. So I can't argue with that. From what you're communicating, I'm not discounting your authority or otherwise as speaking as a Muslim and giving your opinion about what is just communicated, what is professed. So based on that, okay, fine. That discourages any further proclamation in that way, in such a context. So that might be communicated as the last occasion that I share, that I proclaim, make shahada to another, aside from offering salat. Now, since that time, actually before that time, I offer salat right here in this room, and there is a Muslim in my presence who is with me, observing me offer salat, who hears me proclaim shahada in the process of offering salat. And when I complete offering salat on that occasion, gives me some recommendations about improving my salat. Shahada, salat, zakat, Ramadan, Hajj. Does that make me a Muslim? Because we're very leery of getting into the opinion games and the approval games. And that's part of the challenge when people ask that question. Because if we answer in the affirmative, now we have to answer and like prove it and cater or whatever, or argue and contend with other people's standards and opinions. Once making that affirmation, that's part of the purpose of it. But at the same time, there's just too much deceit, duplicity, and otherwise within the ummah. Facts, people being gatekeepers and otherwise, who aren't on the deen, making these decisions, carrying weight and influence, and not having the knowledge to reason about why we do what we do and say what we say, or don't say what we don't say, so to say, so to speak. Anyways, so that's part of the experience with that. Since then, again, there are further occasions when I offer salat in the company of others, when I make shahada in that process, if that could be described as like a qualifying factor or feature of offering salat in a regular way. So again, the protocols for being Muslim in terms of being joining within Islam are different than within Christianity and different than within Judaism. There's an absence of the necessity of a year-long process. It can be beneficial, but the basics from what we understand is those 5 things. Now, additional things in terms of dietary, halal, obviously behavioral, abstaining from sexual intercourse outside of marriage, and the other things that is incumbent upon a Muslim. But the vast many of those things are the same things that are incumbent upon a Jew, a son of Israel, not a Christian, because Christians have a different mode of behavior and principles, and particularly depending upon the denomination and congregation. So, but particularly like the things that make one a Jew, the behavioral requirements are essentially qualify as a Muslim. The distinctions, again, Hajj, Ramadan, Zakat, essentially, and salat, shahada. So anyways, I'm observant of the mitzvot, basically. There's an absence of any Jew who can actually say that absolutely, because there's a lot of mitzvot, the korban, and additionally that are not practiced within Judaism today, generally speaking, to my knowledge. So for anybody to say at this moment, the most orthodox, longest beard, techeres, and additionally, is precluded from saying, I practice all the mitzvot, absolutely. So to say that is somewhat of a, technically it's a misnomer, but at the same time, the spirit of it is like, I'm observant. So people can classify me as people like in that respect. In terms of being Muslim, I practice those 5 things. I have yet to make Hajj. I have yet to make Umrah. Means are somewhat modest for that at the moment. Do you see the headwear? Do you see the headgear? All right. Christian, baptized. Don't proclaim Jesus as my Savior. Actually, I didn't mention that before. That was part of the process, and it is difficult making that statement at the time I'm baptized. And I generally that's part of the process of baptism. The challenge, though, is the English language. And again, I can sound like a lawyer. There's a reason for that. And I can sound like I'm being picky-unish, nitpicking, and not speaking to the spirit. But there's legitimacy within these distinctions. Now, at the moment, what I can say is that when I say the word Lord, when I utilize the word Lord, I'm very mindful of utilizing it in a way that describes God alone. And in that respect, there's only one God. That being said, particularly over 20 years ago, coming from an experience of law school and legal terms, British, Old English terms, recognizing that the word Lord is utilized to describe people who own land, is utilized to describe people who are magistrates, and additionally, so the term, that specific term applied towards Jesus as da-da-da-da, that in and of itself is for somebody coming from that mindset of legalism. It's like, okay, a master, a teacher, okay, fine. As God, we have yet to study or talk about that enough for me to make that proclamation, but it seems like I can still make this articulation without that meaning that right there. And that might be somewhat of a feigned interpretation of fortuitous ambiguity, but based on those circumstances of getting that call the day of, and rush, hurry, hurry, fine, okay, that's the way I'm going with this statement. Now, the particular part about being Savior, Lord and Savior, again, in that context, amidst my studies and knowledge at that point, amidst the conditions, like a number of people can be called a Savior. Anybody who saves is a Savior. Somebody who saves somebody's life, provided some, don't know how, the whole CPR thing is a little bit challenging at the moment. We got to work on that. But if somebody like gives the Heimlich maneuver and saves a person from choking, you're my Savior. You could say that, and that's legitimate, and that's applicable. So, again, that sounds like, just like lawyers being all types of twisty and everything else like that. However, again, that's what the circumstances are at that moment, because I have a personal relationship, a direct relationship with God, the Most High. Everybody does, whether people want or not, whether people acknowledge, admit it or not. Everybody does. You can't tell me otherwise. It's not up for discussion. It's not up for debate or argumentation. You might not even believe in God. That doesn't stop you from having a direct relationship with God. Blah, blah. Whether you like it or not, I'm not trying to impose it. That's my understanding. Just like we can say there's gravity. Gravity applies for everybody, whether you like it or not, whether you agree with it or not. It's keeping you down on the ground. You can believe in ghosts and demons and spirits that are puppeteering you and not believe in gravity at all. Sir Isaac Newton was a goofball, you could say. But that's where we get into a difference of perspective. So in the same way, everybody has a belief in God. I assume, wow, did I say that? Yeah. Everybody has a direct relationship with God. That's all I'm saying. And so that includes myself. And that means that there are no intercessors. There are no intercessors. There's no intercession. There's nobody who's a mediator. It's a direct relationship. There are people who provide us with reminders. There are people who provide us with help and guidance in our direct relationship. But Jesus himself teaches this. When we read the Gospels, everybody has a direct relationship with God. Everybody is a child of God, the Most High. So, me saying that today, am I a Christian? People can make their own conclusions. Now, when we get to other faiths, Buddha, to be honest, the Buddha, I mean, in Buddhism, there's talked about the three gems, taking the Buddha, the Sangha, the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha as a refuge. And there are different proclamations in that respect. And there are a lot of different lineages within Buddhism. But at the same time, again, just the Eastern traditions, the Vedic traditions, the Desi-based traditions, if I could say that, are less formalistic, doctrinal in terms of those requirements and those formalities about belonging, not belonging, who's a member, who's not a member, gatekeeping, and everything else like that. So Hinduism, it's like that's not even a thing. People are born into it, yes. There are distinctions of caste, the varnas, by birth, yes. Those are significant, severe, and like formal, yes. Does that preclude anybody else from being a Hindu? No. Essentially, basically, anybody who proclaims being a Hindu is Hindu. Now, there are different people who have different knowledge and behavior, and additionally, but like that's it. Hindu. So am I Hindu? I study the Vedas. I study the Upanishads. I study the Bhagavad Gita. We study the Bhagavad Gita. We study the Upanishads. We practice the teachings. Metta, Ananda, Yoga, Seva, Sattva. So, Samadhi, Puja, and further. It's been a while since offering puja, though, to be honest, along with Korban. Haha, that's part of our purpose. Continuing on. Am I Hindu? Am I Buddhist? We study the Digha Nikaya. We study the Dhammapada. We practice the Dharma. We're not ascetics altogether, absolutely all of us. But we do practice Panchasilas. Does that make us Buddha? Jain. Talk with Jain kinfolk, elders, brethren, kinfolk for years. And similar with Hindu, whoever subscribed to Jain tradition, Jain customs, is Jain. There ain't no gatekeeping. Again, people are further knowledgeable, have further credibility, are further authoritative. Paryushan, at this moment, to my knowledge, got to get further stronger on our deen in this respect. Ahimsa, the Anavrat, and further, we practice. Are we Jain? Are we Sikhi? Now, to be honest, I am comparatively, my knowledge about the qualifications for being called Sikhi are comparatively modest. I know there's a formality in being a member of the Khalsa, and I can provide that I am without those qualifications of being within the Khalsa or being recognized within the Khalsa. But in terms of being Sikhi, I'm to be honest, I have less of my knowledge about the qualifications, the requirements for being considered a Sikh are comparatively modest, which is to say. So I'm precluded from saying yes one way or the other, or no one way or the other. Baha'i faith, like I say, we study the teachings of Baha'u'llah, the writings of Baha'u'llah, the writings of Abdul-Baha, the writings of the Bab. Have yet to read, to be honest, in many respects, the writings of the Bab. Subscribe to the tenets of the Baha'i faith. Regularly study the Kitab-i Aqdas. To be honest, abstain from offering the daily obligatory prayers, um, long, medium, or short. Um, and particularly at the moment, that's because I'm off the game in practicing my deen generally at this moment, working on strengthening at this moment. I've been saying that for a long time at this moment. That's it. But even then, aside, particularly given like experiences and additionally, um, there are a number of protocols concerning the obligatory prayer, a number of proclamations that are recited within the obligatory prayers. Um, Also awareness of, I think the long obligatory prayer is required to be recited as often as feasible, but I think particularly at least once a year. Um, so, anyways, that's part of the one of the things to work on. So there's that. Now, native community. Am I native? You betcha. Of course. Beauty. How knowledgeable am I? That's another. I'm working on it continually. Language is one. Songs, rituals is another. Am I enrolled? Nah, not to my knowledge. And am I qualified to be enrolled? Haha, that's not a native question. That's a settler imperialist question. And that's part of the challenge of enrollment itself. And the situation of enrollment or the status of enrollment or not is also one of the challenges in terms of learning and heritage and connection and relationships. So, all that being said, we are thorough today in doing what we can, being native, honoring our relatives, practicing our customs and heritage, discussing our history, sharing the medicine. So, African, European, Taoist, most definitely Tao. I'm unaware of any again, similarly, any formal like gatekeeping mechanisms about being Tao and not being Tao. Thoroughly Tao. Very, very humbly Tao. Very cooperatively Tao. Very fluidly Tao. Very flexible Tao. Very breezy grass Tao. Studying Tao Te Ching. Tao Te Ching. Tao Te Ching. And pronunciation and literacy. So 3.5 hours. Congratulations. noon. It was midnight. Just 12 hours ago. There it is. Do we just sit here for like the next 30 minutes so the storage can get all the way down? And we get this joint all the way up to 4 hours. Let's not do that. We're at 12 right now. That's enough. Come on. There it is. That's a nice lad. That's a nice lad. Come on now. Let us wrap it up. Yeah. Let's call it. Oh, Rastafari. What am I saying? Rastafari. Rastafari. Of course. Rastafari. Now the thing about here's the thing. Let's wrap it up with this joint. Oh no. It was susceptibility to half an hour. Be careful what you ask for or what you joke about. Rastafari. 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 All thanks and praise to the Most High Elohim. Definitely. Alright, what are we talking about here? First of all, just like as being a son of Israel, it's from before my birth. Being Rastafari, it's from before my birth. It's not a choice. This is what it is. Rastafari is a spiritual awakening. It is Afrocentric. It is rooted within Afrocentricity. It is a universality, a universalism. It's a spiritual awakening. The very nature of a spiritual awakening is universal, beyond the world, beyond the limitations. So it is a spiritual awakening that comes, that emerges, that is rooted within an Afrocentricity. Just like saying the word spiritual awakening is English. And a Greco-Roman, Judeo-Christian, Eurocentric rootedness. Rastafari is an Afrocentric rootedness, spiritual awakening. It is a mysticism. It is not a religion. It is not in and of itself an organized method of believing or even community itself. There are organized communities within Rastafari that do have specific creeds and requirements and otherwise. However, those are components, congregation, houses, mansions within Rastafari. It is not Rastafari itself categorically, and it is acknowledged as such that there is a plurality. There's a spectrum. There are numerous components within Rastafari. Nobody holds the key to the gates of Rastafari exclusively. People can challenge each other and say, yo, that's not what the teachings, and we can reason about it. But to say one is or one is not, it's not for anyone to say other than oneself, if they choose to say it or otherwise. Rastafari comes from an experience of sufferation, of downpression, from imperialism, that is very suspicious and leery and hesitant towards authoritarianism and that top-down subjectivity. How about that? That is very intrinsic within religiosity, authoritarianism. Rastafari is a spiritual awakening where such authoritarianism is antithetical. It's not a response, it's not even a rebellious response to authoritarianism. It is a spiritual awakening where authoritarianism itself is rebellious and antithetical. Whoosh. This is what I am, says day one. We become further knowledgeable and literate within these teachings, within the practices, within the livity during the course of life. Officially, formally, publicly, just within the recent years. Interestingly enough, particularly because the teachings and the livity are so suppressed from mainstream knowledge, particularly from youth, because it is so potent, it is so accessible, it is so healing and honest that it's very difficult to deny it and instead to keep it at a distance. No, don't show it to them at all. Don't show the youth them at all. Otherwise, they will practice. And that's the thing. Rastafari does not proselytize. Rastafari does not try to go out getting converts. Rastafari shares. People need healing. But Rastafari ultimately is comparatively indifferent. There's a welcoming, but it's not a necessity. Righteousness is the priority. Righteousness can be done outside of Rastafari, can be done with Rastafari, and it can be done within Rastafari. Just as unrighteousness is done in each of these respects as well. So, because of that, I can proclaim Rastafari. It does not go out to try to convert others. And even though there is racism, there is hatred, there is dishonesty, there is bullshit within Rastafari, the fundamental and foundational nature and precepts of Rastafari are such that we can continue, and we do continue, to live and share and proclaim Rastafari, because in its foundation, in its nature, it is not authoritarian. It does not convert and does not seek to convert and proselytize others. It emphasizes naturalness, relationship with nature, respect towards nature, the medicinal quality of nature, particularly found in ganja. Many abuse that medicinal quality to the point of it becoming an intoxicant. So that's a challenge. But Rastafari has a profound respect for nature. And in addition, as I described before, the teachings of His Majesty Haile Selassie are extremely valuable for the world. And he himself, in his life on this earth, walking the roads of creation, abstains from proclaiming himself as Rastafari. He is a devout member of the Ethiopian Church. And there are different theologies and interpretations and translations within Rastafari of what that is, what that means, and what the implications are. But at the very least, what it does is teach pluralism, respect, and going further than the surface of our labels and boxes, to look at the behavior and the substance of each of us and make judgments and decisions, discriminations, relationships, and allegiances based upon these substances. This is Rastafari. And there are a number of different theologies, there are a number of different beliefs within Rastafari. That's fine. We can have differences of beliefs. They're the same foundational fundamentals. And amidst any differences, amidst these fundamentals, we reason. We talk about it respectfully. We share what we learn. We listen to what others learn. We process. And we continue. One of the things that is observed amidst the many different world religions, all of the ones that I mentioned previously, there is colorism. There is an intrinsic, historic, categorical preference for people of a lighter skin tone around the world, east, west, north, and south. In Africa, maybe less so. Less number of world religions emanate directly from Africa. Those that do might be considered as having an inverse colorism. That might be accused of Rastafari itself in a very strong way. The consideration, though, is in the aggregate, amidst the aggregate of the wisdom and knowledge, the truth that is shared amongst the different religions of the world. Rastafari provides a beneficial, Pangeic, world conscious, a balancing world consciousness amidst the pervasive colorism, in order to have a better balance of honesty within our reasoning and reconciliation with each other. So that's some of the basics about Rastafari. In terms of the process of joining, again, I mean, one can say it and there it is. To join an actual member of, join an actual house, Bobo Shanti, Nyabingi, 12 tribes, there are different formalities, there are different requirements, and additionally, when one is being a Rastafari at large, a Rastafari from an independent temple or a new temple or otherwise, then there it is accordingly. Now, that being said, somebody can make that proclamation and it's legitimate in and of itself, but at the same time, one is continually availed to the scrutiny and to the questioning of others about how they practice, what do they know, why are they proclaiming Rastafari, what validates or what corroborates or substantiates those claims. We here with Sanka Yosef are an independent or autonomous house within Rastafari, comparatively new on the scene, nascent. We pay our respects. We reason with brethren accordingly. We communicate our presence, our basic doctrine of faith, and we continue to grow. That's the other thing. Rastafari is growing still very in the nascent stages. Baha'i faith too. The Sikhi faith takes over 100 years of a sequence of 10 gurus into establishing a formal structure that includes the Khalsa. With Guru Gobind Singh Ji. So Rastafari is still in that stage of maturation. Baha'i community is very much in that stage of maturation. Even without a formal sequence of official leadership, Baha'i has a structured methodology of universal leadership, the Universal House of Justice, and the National Spiritual Assemblies. Rastafari has the 3 mansions that are organically established autonomously, and the different councils, the different confederations within Rastafari that bring people together, the different houses together. And there's contentions and vying for influence and power. And additionally, we got the bear who done just creeped up now. The bear would be the squirrel. If you just see how huge a squirrel is compared to sparrows, you see what I'm talking about. Anyways, people might say you ain't seen a bear up close. You ain't seen a green bear. How about that? A green or a blue bear up close. How about a brown bear? You ain't seen no brown bear up close. You ain't seen the squirrel's claws, the squirrel's paws up close, up near the eyeballs. That ain't like that could be like, yo, you know what? This squirrel might be able to do some things. Squirrel just bounced. Squirrel just like, what's up, Peter? That's it. Got some water. Thanks for water. It's fresh. Okay, nice. Looking out. Bounce. Sometimes animals are like too thorough. It's like it looks like remote control. Anyways, Rastafari nascent and developing, and so that's another element to it as well. So we are our house is comparatively modest, Sanka Yosef, and so we get in where we fit in. We establish communication. We are cultivating rapport. It's a give and take. We go through the challenges, and we share our challenges as well because we got legitimacy. We're representing jazz amidst the djembe, amidst the 9 binging rhythms. So we had to hold our own because we are representing and continuing the legacy of kinfolk before us, within Rastafari, outside of Rastafari. So it's we can't just play the humble and just like take a low seat and just like bow to what other kinfolk and Rastafaris that we respect. We listen and we reason, but we also bring things to the table. So anyways, without getting too much into that joint, we did begin this by talking about slavery and the same susceptibility within slavery within Rastafari. It works a little bit of a different way because Rastafari tends to not have the same established infrastructure to absorb new membership. The way that it's done, though, is a little bit that we observe is a little bit different. I won't go into the details at the moment right now, and that might be hitting a little bit close to home. But at the same time, we done spent almost 4 hours right now. So to open up a whole nother thing, as everything is kind of wrapping up, and we got things to do, and I'm starting to fall asleep now too again. 12, we're at Dose. One other thing about Rastafari, before I even think about sharing a further side note or tangent or like soliloquy joint type stuff. initiation. So, oh, you just started a couple years ago. You say it's all life, but only started a couple years ago, kind of, sort of, but not. The first occasion of Rastafari is actually 20 years ago when I am in Zimbabwe, when I meet Rastafari brethren for the first occasion, and we reason at that occasion for days, continuously, smoke herb and reason in Zimbabwe, in Africa, amidst my spiritual awakening in Africa. During that process, the seeds of Rastafari are sown, are planted. And it takes a while for it to come to fruition, particularly because at that point in my life, I am deep in Babylon, deep in elite law school in the nation's capital, am I. Leveraged to be there, deep. Those seeds coming to fruition at that moment cause significant disruption beyond my immediate capabilities and cognizance. Thus, the powers of suppression prevail considerably during that period. Latent. My hair, you can see the evidence of it. My hair starts to grow from that point on. Facial hair starts to grow from that point. Questions about it, scrutiny about it, persecution about it, beat down by the police, Bolsa president, this, that, and the other. Manifestations, n'est-ce pas? Already intend not to practice the bar. And then even in the spiritual path, when I go to the baptism, when I go to the mikvah, when I go to the Baha'i community interditionally, part of the reason for that, and don't regret that, that's necessary. Part of the reason of doing that, rather than just going immediately to Jamaica and just going into the hills and being out. Today, that might be the solution. Back at that moment, again, I am deep in Babylon. I am deep in the hierarchy. And leveraged, less availability. Then, when finding the solution to getting out of that leverage and to getting out of the depths of Babylon and into a further righteous path, a spiritual path, not a further righteous path, a spiritual path. The literacy, the path, the teachings that are presented to me immediately, most immediately, are those that I'm most proximate with conventionally. Torah, Quran, Gospels, Tao Te Ching, Bhagavad Gita, Upanishads, Digha Nikaya, Dhammapada, and further, Ming Tzu, law of the doctrine of mean, and the great learning. Those are basics, in addition to others. That is what I'm further aware of. That's what I'm further referred to. The teachings of Haile Selassie are less prominent to myself, even after having the introductions. The formality of the teachings is less present to myself at that moment. And what I learn and what I find out later, particularly in learning further about Rastafari, is that there is an intentionality of for that distance, of not making it available, of like very quietly dismissing it and negating it and avoiding it, because it's not, and it's different than talking about ignorances from African black folk or whatever. It's not, those things are quietly dismissed, but at the same time, it's kind of, I'll say, subtly dismissed, not quietly. By quietly, I'm talking about like it's hardly even talked about. Ignorances of learning about one's own cultures, and additionally, it's just kind of like it's addressed in a very direct and subtle kind of dismissive way that it's just like how one refers to something that's non-threatening. It's not a big challenge. If somebody does that, well, they can't mess with us, but at the same time, it's not a big deal. We just let them go. When somebody listens to the teachings of His Majesty Haile Selassie and the practices within Rastafari, it's not just a matter of, oh, we're gonna have to let them go. It's a matter of, oh, wait, hold up, that's gonna be a challenge right now. That's gonna be a threat. That's gonna be a difficulty thing. And if we make a big stink about it, that's going to draw further attention to it, and further people are going to find out about it, and further people are going to do it, and that's going to be a bigger problem. So instead, we just have to very quietly ignore it. And I'm saying that particularly because in my experience of the interfaith movement, I had traveled literally the world. I went to conferences around the world in different nations. I can't remember seeing any Rastafari kinfolk there, and that's on parts in many ways to on Rastafari for that. But at the same time, not invited to sit on councils to represent the Rastafari faith. And additionally, a woeful, blatant absence and avoidance when all different types of memberships from all different types of communities are invited on all different types of councils. An absence of seeing any Rastafari on any of the rosters. That's not an accident. I even see the Nation of Islam in Rastafari or in interfaith activities. Amidst all the history, the politics, the controversies, and additionally. So that's the extent of what I'm talking about. When sitting at all the different tables through years, decades of interfaith work, being an ambassador of the Parliament of World Religions, and additionally, I know what I'm talking about. Rastafari is categorically not even discussed or addressed or acknowledged. Particularly because much of the politics and much of the culture, we are getting into a half hour here. Wow. Much of the politics and much of the culture of interfaith movement is very, there's a docileness, there is an acquisition, acquiescence. There is just a very the word sellout comes to mind, but it's when people are already part of the mainstream. It's not sellout. It's just a very conformist kind of thing of just getting along, and it's basically it becomes the propaganda office of imperialism for those who are somewhat disenfranchised, or for those who are somewhat dissatisfied with status quo and want to feel about some substance, want to hear people talk about some substance aside from just like the political tropes. Here's the interfaith movement, where leaders who don't necessarily care about politics too tough talk about things like honesty, truth, and additionally, but at the same time, it doesn't go anywhere. It just keeps things as it is. And those from the populace, those from the proletariat, and additionally, who have some yearnings in those directions, like hear people of authority talk about this finally, and think that, okay, maybe there's an opportunity to do something of substance, attraction, get involved with their initiative or otherwise. But eventually, when getting involved long enough and genuinely enough, see like, wait, no, this is not going anywhere. This is just like, this whole time I'm participating in it and I'm propping it up, even me talking about it today. And its very intention is just to talk. The purpose of the interfaith movement at this point, since the past century, is just to talk. It's not to actually change. It's not to actually like be government or authority. It's to be the advocacy voice, and otherwise. So, and for that reason, when Rastafari gets involved, again, when Rasta's in the house, oh my God, because it changes beyond just what Rastafari kinfolk do and say. It's the energy, it's the consciousness, it's the culture. So all those young people who are there on their scholarships, because it's the youth empowerment, the year of youth empowerment, the International Year of Youth Empowerment, the International Year of blowing up smoke in people's blah, 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 the International Year of gaslighting and pandering to young people with lots of energy and sex drive. when the young people are attending the conferences for these purposes, or on these pretenses, on these scholarships, and given these like token things, in the meanwhile attending workshops and programs and keynote speakers who ain't saying nothing. Rastafari steps in the room. All of a sudden, everybody's attention, the young people who are yearning and excited and want to hear the answers and everything else like that. What does Rastafari have to say? Yo, da 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 da. And that changes the game. So for that reason, it's an avoidance. So when I'm in that scene, when I'm learning, I know generally about Rastafari, as I know generally about a lot of things. But at the same time, don't have a lot of information specifically about the teachings, about the history, and additionally, when I do start studying, I find out why it's kept away. Because there's an unapologeticness. There's a lot of bullshit too, and there's a lot of things in Rastafari that the knowledgeable ones still are in a lot of the imaginary games, because it's one of the coping mechanisms of being downpressed, suppressed for so long, for so many generations. There's a process of like emerging from those imaginations. Like I've said before, just speaking the English language itself, 4 hours now officially. Speaking the English language itself is a symptom and an ongoing affliction of downpression. So when Rastafari brethren talk about Afrocentricity and start gatekeeping along those lines, but are still speaking the English language, that's bullshit. Anyways, so point being that that was a little bit of a caveat to the potency within Rastafari, because even though that is bullshit, still coming into the room and speaking patois, speaking the English in an interfaith convention where the youth are, you don't even have to say anything. Leave the keynote address where everybody there is for at the beginning of the session or whatever. All the participants, thousands of participants. The Parliament of the World Religions is the largest interfaith gathering to date that I know of. Over 10,000 people attending every few years. In that keynote address where thousands of people are sitting, you get a brethren of Rastafari in the room. Don't even have to say anything. People are following them, asking questions. The youth, them, who are honest and know like this eager and learning. Like, yo, I didn't see this person on the program. I don't know if I'm going to see this person again. I'm asking this person some questions. They have that courage. They have that honesty. They have that liberty to do that, to be proactive. High schoolers, white boy, lily white, sistren, going up. Rastafari, brethren, who are you? What do you teach? Honest, because they're not citizens yet. They haven't sold out to that degree yet. There's a lot of prospect yet. And there's a lot of interest in truth yet. So, yo, you want to learn about me now? Let's go talk. Let's reason over here. And then that becomes the conference right there, because then they go back that night and talk to their friends. Next day, there are 50 people just from that person. And if there are 3 people, then 150 people the next day. All right, let's go to the park then. Don't mind if I roll a spliff. And we reason. Let's go by the fountain. We reason again. That becomes the conference right there. That's what people remember. That's what the youth them remember, and additionally. And that's what the leadership knows in making that invitation of even just participation in the circulation scene. We see this after the fact, once immersion within Rastafari. So anyways, like I say, from day 1, then somewhere around day 2, we reason, and then in around day 3, we proclaim. So today is day whatever. And we continue to trod. With all thanks and praise to the Most High Elohim. Am I Rastafari? Blessed love and peace.